Hello! Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Tori. Hi, Wolfie. How is everybody? Welcome in. So I am already messed up in Elden Ring now. I keep going to go run like a can in Night Rain, which is crouch in base game Elden Ring. And I just loaded it up and I was like, I'm just gonna run around Round Table Holt, and I'm like, oh, shit. I'm so fucked up already, and I've only been playing Night Rain for 2 days. It's so stupid. I'm so mad. Oh no. I can't believe I'm already fucked up. This game is so much slower than Night Rain. Gigi's gonna, she might have to. She literally might have to. Like, oh my gosh. And I mean, for those of you who have been here in the past 2 years know, we are most likely making our way towards Fire Giant tonight. So, yeah. We all know how much I love Fire Giant. We all know how much I love Fire Giant, so... yeah. Yeah, so that'll be interesting. Because Fire Giant is here. This is where Fire Giant is, right here. And we were like here-ish last time. So we'll probably... We need to make it over here so we can get the other... Oh yeah, I have to check. I have to check and see if we have the other half of the Haligtree Medallion or if we have to go back for it. We should. It's going to be key. We do have half of the Haligtree Medallion. Perfect. So we only have to get the one that's in the Mountaintops, and then we can go to Melania. So that'll be also fun. Oh, we have Millicent's the prosthesis. So this prosthesis. The prosthesis.
Hello?
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 Hello. So, yeah, I'm just gonna let you know and let your chat know and everything. Gigi's gonna be carrying the stream tonight because I am already fucked up on Night Rain, and I keep trying to run in Elden Ring base game, which is B, but in Night Rain, it's pushing down on the joystick, which is crouch. So I'm trying to run and I'm like, oop, boop.
Well, hopefully that's the only thing that's different.
Like, boop. So I'm just like, I was talking to my chat and I was like, I'm just gonna run circles around, like, you know, the round table while I wait for Gigi, and I'm like, boop, fuck. And then I'm running, I'm like, boop, fuck. Boop, fuck. Like, god damn it.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Mama Bon escaped and I got mad at him.
Excuse me? I am doing my best.
She does. She does. She carries anytime.
Oh, I thought you were saying press the wrong button while I'm running.
Oh, no. Carry. Carry. She's just gonna carry the stream.
What do I play on? I play on PC.
Pizzy.
Usually I have an Xbox controller that I plugged in, but apparently the driver's all fucked, so I'm using a PlayStation controller.
Is it an off-brand Xbox controller?
No.
It's an actual Xbox?
Yeah. It's the Xbox. It's like a decent one, too.
Well, because, like, I use, like, the brand I use is called 8-Bit Do, and I know that it sounds like some weird Japanese whatever, but I really like their controllers, and I actually have to have a separate program installed for it.
It's just Xbox.
Huh.
It's like the Elite whatever.
So that's even weirder.
It's so weird.
8-Bit Do shit is... that's what I'm saying. Like, I love 8-Bit Do. They are legit. I love them. What about Driver? What is he messing up? Everything.
Dude, did Driver go into my PC like a little gremlin and ruin all my shit?
Driver did, apparently.
Well, he's not here to defend himself, so...
Oh, I just did GG!
It's okay. I still instead of attacking, drink a potion. So
oh, gosh.
It's fine.
Okay.
How much Night Rain did you play?
2 days. It came out on Friday. I played on Friday night and I played yesterday. That's it.
So all of the days? Well, Friday night was yesterday. So Thursday night?
No. Yes.
Today's Saturday.
Yes. 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 Thursday and Friday. Yes, Thursday and Friday. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I've been playing Night Rain all night. I don't know what life is anymore.
I understand.
And to answer your question, Ferret, I think it is so much fun. I think it's so much fun. Okay.
You're having just the best time.
I don't want to say it's hard, but it is very fast paced. So if you don't have experience in Elden Ring, you're gonna have a difficult time. Like it's very very, very fast paced. You don't have time to like, oh, if the boss kills you, like oh well, move on. You don't have time to go back and like try again and like reassess yourself and like level up and get like, you don't have time to change your build, and it's just like you pick up what you find and you go.
Oh no.
But
that
it's
seems like
very
a problem for
fun.
me.
No, but it's very fun because like the characters have all these like cool new abilities and it's very, very, very fun. Okay. Off we go. All right, so we are going to the Mountaintops of the Giants is the tab we're going to. And we are going to go to the Zamor Ruins.
Zamor
Ruins.
Since we got distracted by a catacomb.
Yeah, we just get... Yeah. A catacomb.
A sneaky catacomb.
A catacomb, yeah.
Yes.
We can't let those catacombs get us again.
No. It had a cat in it.
It did.
It was a catacomb.
You never know.
It was the most catacomb that has ever catacombed.
It was a comb of cats.
Wait, didn't we get farther than here?
Yeah, but there's not a grace up there.
There's the catacomb one.
Well, then we can go to that one and then go out of it, yeah. Yeah.
I just don't want to fight all the jerks again.
Oh yeah, those were quite a lot of jerks. That's true. Okay, and then we just... Oh, I did it again! And then we leave. God damn it. This is so frustrating.
You could always rebind your controller.
I could, yeah. Hello. Get off, I swear. Don't shoot fire at me, that's so rude.
Oh. Excuse me. No. You just died?
Died.
Oh my god.
Go in and go out, is that how it works?
What?
Someone has soloed the night. Oh, Wolfie, you are so behind the times. There are people who have not only soloed it, but now they've soloed all 8 night bosses with all 8 night farers. So
that didn't go well.
I just did it again. Hi, driver. Will come in.
Hi, driver. You're the reason.
Driver.
You're the reason, driver.
He just walked in. He's like, what? What?
Whoa. The driver of my controller's all fucked up. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, the driver and her... Yeah. But you're right. I am the reason. I know. How dare you?
Oh no.
You're the 13th reason? Oh no. I've actually never seen that.
I haven't seen it. I read the book.
Oh, good. I stunned her.
Like how that's how we deal with our fear. It's just
I know. Get on horse.
And the reason is you. And the reason is you. No. Don't die. Okay. Or do. Excuse me.
Maybe I need to switch back to my other weapon.
You didn't heal.
I know that too, but it's because I'm using the greatsword, and the greatsword is so slow, and I forget that sometimes, and I'm just like, no fear.
But isn't that the one that gives you the fancy shinies?
Yeah, but I can't do fancy shinies on horse.
Oh,
I have to do fancy shinies like this, and then I do it like this. But I don't think I can do it on the horse. Let me see. Can I? No.
No.
No. Nope.
Yeah, that is slow.
It's very slow. It's very slow.
Oh, this is scary. I'm going to die on this bridge.
You will not. Just don't look down. Well, look down where you're walking, but don't look down.
I'm gonna look down so much.
Don't look down. It's not safe.
I'm gonna only look down.
Don't look down. Okay, get this. We gotta get this right here. So that get off your horsey. And then we go. Because we know Torrent likes to commit suicide sometimes by jumping.
Sure does. He's kind of a dick.
He kind of is. Hi, horseman.
Whee!
Regular Elden Ring is so slow. I didn't actually mean to do that, but Torrent was not slowing down for some reason.
Oh no. So he's shooting a bow at us.
I know. We gotta be careful. Careful. Yeah, good jump. Good jump. Good jump. Good jump. Good jump. Good jump.
Has reason why everything is crumbling and your fault. Well, I gave you the reason for me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's her literally because her driver on her computer is not working.
That's it. Oh, did you not hear? Yeah. It's just
you might not have heard that. Yeah.
It said the driver was bad. It's literally what it said on my PC.
Yeah. And we were just like, driver, oh no. Teehee. Teehee. Oh, driver.
Wonder if that's like my computer isn't recognizing that control at all.
Oh, teehee.
Oh, in fact,
teehee. Of course, yeah, sure.
Oh, this is lovely. Look, these trees. It's lovely.
Yeah, Nikki heard driver and said, "What did driver do?" Exactly. Exactly. And then you came in and we were like, driver, you did it. Teehee.
It's your fault. Teehee.
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 Do you get it now? Do you get the joke?
It's funny.
It's so funny. Joke is so funny.
I like these ghosts.
I can't climb on stuff like in Night Rain. Oh my god, I'm so screwed up already. Loss. I just tried to climb on something. Can't.
A beetle.
Am I too far? Are we both too far? Oh no, we're not. Oh, a somber. Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Somber.
A somber. A sombrero. Right.
That was dumb.
A sombrero? Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, we're fine.
He's got shit on him. He's got soft cotton.
God, soft cotton. That I think that makes you either quiet or makes it so you don't get as much fall damage. One or the other. What's under the bridge?
So I should do more crafting.
Yeah, you can do some crafties. Probably get rid of some stuff in your inventories. Does it feel that big of a difference? Yes. Honestly, base Elden Ring, everything about it feels so much slower now. Like, everything I do feels so much slower. And I've caught myself trying to run, like, obviously I said. And there was just something else I just did that was a Night Rain button, and I don't remember what it was, but I just did something else too.
And you said that
I tried to climb. I tried to double jump and climb on something. That's what it was, yeah.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. You cannot.
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Not at all.
Not at all. It's true. It's not allowed at all.
Formic rock.
Formic.
No, not the onion.
No, your cabbage roll. It's ruined.
My cabbages.
My cabbages. Talk to Melina. What does this bitch want?
Talk to Melon.
My nose is so itchy.
I'd like to say, my purpose was given to me by my mother. But now
Melon.
Melon.
of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless.
Oh, did I just ruin everything?
Of
No.
my mother's designs.
Okay.
I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that.
Hello.
Not
She's not gonna
even
look
you.
at me.
You're sitting sideways to me for some reason.
We're just chilling.
All right. Cabbage rolls, Alcan egg roll. No,
With cabbage.
But no, yeah, but no. It's still. I mean, aren't all rolls kind of like egg rolls because they're all kind of the same concept?
It's like a burrito.
Yeah, it's like
But technically, an
They're
egg roll
all-
is also like a burrito.
right. That's what I'm saying. Like they're all
Everything
rolls.
is a burrito.
Everything's a burrito and everything's an egg roll. It's crazy. What just pulled me out of sitting here? Are you touching her? Why are you touching her?
We're leveling up.
Oh, I was like, what are you doing?
I'm not leveling up. I was leveling up, but I don't have enough money.
No, it takes a lot of money now. We're getting higher up there. I need 77k.
I need 74. Hello?
Hello?
Can I kill this deer? No.
No, it's a spectral deer.
Spectral?
It's not real, Gigi. It's pretend.
It's real to me!
It's not real.
What's the dish that has beef rolled in cabbage and cooked? I don't know. Is
A
that
burrito.
a cabbage roll? Has like sauce on top? A cabbage burrito!
It's a burrito.
A cabrito!
A rollito. A burrolo.
Oh no.
I don't know. I was up till
Hello, sir.
6 a.m. playing Night Rain. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I can't do it.
Go get him in the Achilles! Don't hurt me.
Knock his ass down.
I can't get through his face. So I'm just gonna shoot him in the gooch.
Yeah. And his little tootsies.
No, I was shooting him straight in the gooch.
No, I'm shooting him in his little toots. Oh my.
Don't puke fire on me. That's fucking
He
rude.
just threw up.
He threw up.
He threw up on
He
us.
threw up.
Ew, I don't want to throw up.
That's so gross.
To throw up. Alright, so this is okay, so how many pins do I have? Okay, I don't think I have any pins right now. So this is, oh my god, that's also the wrong button. I have forgotten buttons. How do I pin things? How do I play this game?
It's only the game that you have the
There we
most
go.
hours in.
It's actually the second. I have more in Baldur's Gate, but it's quickly
well.
quickly approaching.
My bad.
Okay, so 2 is where the story is. 3 is a side place that we need to go. Well, no, I lied. I think story is this way. No, I was right. Because this thing's over here. Yeah, so it's over here. Okay. So 2 is story. 3 is a little side quest we gotta do. So let's go to the side.
Yeah.
Side quest.
Side quest.
Side quest. So
It's like a salt pepper but cabbage.
kinda, yeah.
But it's like rolled up
But yeah, in a
in a
burrito.
in a cabbage burrito
It's a burrito
of cabbage.
of cabbage. Ooh, who dis? Let's kill this person.
Okay.
Oh, this guy. Okay, this guy. I remember this guy kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know what's really funny is we are happening to approach on the 2 bosses that I struggled with the most in the whole game.
We got this. We're a team.
Together is a lot easier, but my chat knows exactly. My chat knows how angry one of them makes me, but another one I did off stream.
We got it.
Picked up a GameCube. No cords and hadn't been tested. Guess what I found in the tray? No. What did you find?
Did you find the cords?
Oh, the cords or like a good game.
Animal? What animal? Oh,
Animal Crossing. Wait, I'm targeting you. I need to target him. There we go.
I'm also
Hoslow's Oath. Okay, cool. Yeah, see, he has Bloodhound step. Yeah.
Ow.
He also does blood, so you gotta be careful. See, I told you, he sucks.
He murdered me.
I know, I hated him.
Oh no.
Don't drink anymore, you hoe. I can drink though. Teehee.
Teehee.
Get absolutely demolished by my magic sword. Get absolutely demolished by my magic sword.
Demolished.
Demolished. See, I'm back to being good at this game again, guys.
As long as you don't have to run.
No. I mean, because I am not good at Night Rain.
Oh, okay.
So I'm back to being good at Elden Ring again.
Teehee.
Teehee. So the whole thing with Night Rain is that you have to... you have to defeat 2 complete days worth of stuff. So you have day 1, night 1, day 2, night 2. And then on day 3, you go and you defeat like a super duper boss. Right?
Uh-huh.
I've beaten the 3rd boss 1 time with a group. But every single time I've tried to play solo, I can't get past night 1.
Boo. A maidenhood.
Oh my god, driver has no balls again.
Balls. Driver.
I just it's at this point it's just
imagine not having any balls.
At this point it's silly. Driver, did you not have any balls again? At this point, I went up the spirit spring. The spring?
Where?
I'm standing above it. I see you. I see you. I see
okay.
you. Yeah. I was like, I can see you. I'm looking at you. Look for me.
There it is.
There it is.
Whee!
Okay, so this way, and then there should be a little bridge, I think.
Bridgie.
A bridge, I think.
A bridge.
A bridge. Okay, so this is where we need to end up. No. This way?
That's not a merchant?
That wasn't answering your question. I'm sorry. I was saying no to myself.
Oh.
Yes, this is a merchant.
I was like, wait a minute.
Isn't it more shocking? That's what I'm saying. It's more shocking when driver has balls. And I was like, it's just, again, no balls. Rejuvenating boluses, eh?
What you got? Frost. Oh, a cookbook.
A cookbook.
Cookbook.
A cookbook.
Lightning. Great bolts. Do I want a stone sword key?
I mean, do I have any? Let me see. I have 10, so we probably don't.
So no. We're good.
We probably don't need them.
Okay.
Okay?
A donkey?
Where is this? Oh, okay, so continue going this way.
Uh-huh.
What? No. What?
What?
There's supposed to be a bridge. Did you see a bridge? I didn't see a bridge.
A bridge? No. I sure did not see a bridge.
Neither did I. Okay, keep going this way.
That's why I wasn't. My air conditioner was pointing at the ground. I was like, why do I not feel anything?
Oh no. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Frank? How dare you?
Oh, here is the bridge. Wait, did you stop? I was like, where did you go?
Me? Oh, I had to fix my air conditioner real quick.
How does this keep happening? I keep hearing frickin' Discord. And I don't understand how that keeps happening.
I had to manually turn on streamer mode.
Oh, right?
After I turned off the overlay.
Yep, that's exact. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. Discord's being poopy.
Discord is just like, has no clue what's going on. That's insane. I just did it again.
There's stuff over here? I see bats. Are there
Bats!
people?
Freaking bats!
Wicked bats.
It's only going to get... Why? I don't understand why. Like, what? Why all of a sudden are they like, let us help? Oh, I know what this is. Okay. I'm gonna let you figure it out.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. It's not bad. It's like a mini puzzle.
Oh no. I haven't been paying attention. Hello?
Where did you go?
Are you getting audio?
Jelly!
She's looking for her sister.
Promise me when we turn
Oh.
14,
She's talking.
to see the stars.
The stars! Yeah.
She's looking for her sister.
She wants to go see the stars.
Right. You're not listening.
I am listening.
So she wants her sister.
Yeah. I don't know where her sister is.
Okay, I'll do it.
I do what?
Where did you go?
I'm looking.
Are you here? Are you watching?
Yeah. Oh.
Dear sister.
That makes sense.
I like how you're like getting all sassy. You're like, yeah, I don't know why her sister is.
I was like, I'm looking, man. I'm looking for her sister. I'm gonna go find her. She wanted to go see the stars, so I'm looking for the night sky, okay?
God.
Oh, fancy spin.
Oh, that was funny.
Ooh, a blade.
A primal glintstone blade.
Blade.
Blade. Well, I think that's actually not a bad talisman, honestly.
Oh, it's a talisman?
Yeah. Oh, spells consume less FP, but yeah, I don't want that.
Oh.
It reduces your HP to give you more FP.
I don't give a shit about
Yeah, I don't
spells.
want that. I don't want that shit. All right, so now we go across this bridge that apparently is a huge bridge and not a little bridge. And now I feel stupid for not seeing it.
Oh, you were looking for a little baby bridge?
Yeah, I thought it was like a little like, here's we squeezed a little bridge over here that you can get across. But no, it's like bridge.
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 It is bridge. When you look up bridge in the dictionary, hello!
Oh, sir.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that in the least.
How do you get out of a beam?
Oh, where did he go? Ah,
he's there. He's still there. He's swanging.
Hello? Ouchie, don't.
Ouchie mama.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not dead! Where did he go? Ah! Okay. I don't like this man. Could you let me heal for a second, please?
I mean, I got laser beamed, so, like, that sucks.
I can't. Okay.
Wait, how do I get back over there?
It's not... It's, like, not locking onto him. There we go.
Now I have gone too far.
Can I attack him at all? Nope. What killed me? I don't even know what killed me.
I don't know how to get back up there. Oh, here's a spring. Maybe that'll help me.
Yeah, I think we were up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how to get back up. Okay, I found an up. Here we go. Okay, I'm a-coming. I'm a-coming.
I am dead. Why am I here?
I know. That's what I said too. I'm gonna try. Do you want me to try to find a grace? Is it? You have to go. You literally have to go all the way around the mountain back to the spirit spring to get up here.
That's okay. I'm close.
Okay.
And by close, I mean I'm right.
You're on your way. You're en route.
Yes. On the route.
Okay, chill, skeleton things.
Surprised there's no Stake of America.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is far. Ooh, that's where we have to end up, but how do we get there? Here.
Do we murder him or do we just run past him?
I would like to murder him, but I thought you said you couldn't damage him.
Ah! I mean, I tried, but I couldn't lock on. I couldn't figure out how to lock on to him. So
No,
yeah.
I just swung up to him. He's not doing... Oh, you know what it might be? I just didn't mean to do that. I meant to heal. Thank you very much. It might be one of those ghosts, boat ghosts, Tibia Mariner things. Hold on. Let's go see. Yep, the beast eye quivers. Yep. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Lasered. Did I get my shit? No. Okay, I got my shit.
Okay, hold on. I just gotta find where he is. No, I don't want the bird. Where's the mariner?
I don't like these men. I don't like them. These guys suck.
This is crazy. Where the hell is the mariner?
Oh, okay, okay.
Alright, let me see. There's a Tibia Mariner somewhere because the beast eye quivers. So where the fuck is he?
Ew.
Here's a grace. So at least there's a grace here. Alright, we gotta find the mariner to get rid of these ghosts. Yo, my god, snails.
I don't like them.
Alright. Tibia Mariner. Where are you, little boatman?
Is it wherever the ding dong is? Oh no, that's...
No, that's a mausoleum. I found him! Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you kind of tanky. Okay. Okay, okay. You kind of tanky. That's fine.
I'll come to help.
Okay. 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 Relax. Relax.
Ow.
Okay, so that clearly doesn't work. Maybe ice is just not gonna work up here at all.
Get fucked. Ow, what? Don't you hit me with your fucking boat. Ow,
Bruh.
ow, ow, ow.
Bruh.
Ow, what? Skull sails.
It's stunned. Get killed.
Get wrecked.
Health and steeple. I've heard that's a good weapon.
A weapon?
Good weapon. Okay, so that castle is where we need to go. Or where we need to end up, at least.
Fuck this guy.
So let's figure out how to get over there.
Finger out?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna figure it out together.
Oh. Alright.
Wait, we're not those kind of besties. Hold on.
Wait. Who's this man? Oh no.
Okay, we can do this.
Ow. Ow.
We can do this.
Ow, don't hurt me.
Oh no. Oh no, my sword's not charged.
Ah. Get bleeded on.
No, stop moving. I'm trying to throw my magic at you.
Don't peck me. Don't peck me, bro.
Don't peck me, bro.
Don't kick me either. No. Oh, I got stabbed.
Oh, I
got the
power.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking.
I got the power. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, JJ.
Hello. Oh.
Okay. I don't got the power. I don't got the power.
The power of being dead, am I right?
I don't got it. I don't got it.
I don't
He's
got
weak
it at
to
all.
holy damage. Let me see if I have anything that does holy damage.
I got blood.
Blood. Holy damage. Holy damage.
Holy damage.
0. 85. This does holy. No, it's not very good though. Holy damage. Wait, that doesn't do? Okay. Why? Are you fighting it? I was like, are you fighting it? Why?
I didn't mean to. But it's too late.
Fuck
it's
it.
already
Let's
happening.
try this. Let's see.
Ow.
Let's see. I just did it again.
No.
Oh, this does 0 damage. Oh, you just got literally eaten.
Ouchie. Ouchie. Stop it.
That's rude. That's disrespectful
to
my friend.
Fucked. That was mean.
That was very disrespectful to my friend.
I was just trying to kill him. Wow.
That
once again, we did really well the first time.
Debatable.
We did better the first time.
Yeah, that's there you go. Okay, something else that does holy damage, maybe?
Oh, damn.
Holy damage.
Get wrecked, bird bitch.
See, I don't have any holy spells, and we would have to go back to. We would have to go back to a grace for me to put holy spells on. Oh, what does this one do?
The holy hand grenade of Antioch. No, I didn't. I didn't.
All right,
God,
I'm gonna throw rocks at him. No, let me get my runes first. Meanie. Hey! Knock that shit off.
No, I need my runes, I need my runes. I don't care about anything else, just let me get my runes. Okay.
I have the power! There you go, Wolfie. No, it's too
I have
slow.
the power!
I was too slow. That's too slow. Oh, he one hit me completely full.
Yeah. I was completely full when he, like, fucking
Yeah,
murked me.
he's.
Oh,
I
doing
need.
that
And
to
okay.
me.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna craft. I bet you we can craft like some holy pots or something. That might help.
Oop.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's craft some like holy pots or something.
Holy
Or
pot?
holy grease. Are you still? You're still using the Uchi katana? Okay, I have a plan.
Am I using it? Yes.
You are. I have a plan.
A plan.
I have a plan. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully my plan is not in vain. All right, crafting. Holy grease.
Holy grease.
Can you make holy grease? Did you end up getting that? Hopefully you did.
No, I am not loaded
Oh,
in yet.
I always forget that I load in and then you load in.
Yeah. Okay.
If not, I think I can drop it for you. Crafting.
I have one holy. I can make one holy. I have one. I can.
You can make 3 because you have 3 flat golden sunflowers.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, cool. So make 3 of those.
Okay.
Okay, I'm also gonna change my equipment and I'm gonna put my Uchi katana back on. Okay. All right, chat. We are gonna big brain this.
I believe.
All right. So you put it on your day pad. You put it down like where your flasks and stuff are.
Uh-huh.
And you use it right before we go into the battle, and it's going to put holy grease onto your Uchi katana.
Oh.
Oh, he's not here. We have to make it night, which means we can go get our runes.
No,
oh no, he is here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just need to walk a little bit closer.
Okay, why can't I put it on? Can you put it on yours?
No.
We're supposed Uchi katana is supposed to be able to put one that you're supposed to be able to put coats on. That's very strange because the Uchi katana is a base game.
Let me get my runes. No. Let me get my runes. Ouchie. Ouchie.
Interesting.
We're good. It's fine.
It's not a somber. And it's not already an elemental weapon, so why can't I put grease on it?
When did I die? Well, I'm dead now. I don't know when I died, but I died.
Interesting.
Holy grease, Batman! Yeah.
Now I'm confused.
I don't know. Dear Google. Do you have to like go into the weapon and do it?
No, it's a consumable. Like you're supposed to just like be able to use it. But obviously somber weapons and weapons that already have an element on them are not, you're not supposed to be able to. But it's not, that's what I'm like, it's not supposed to be blocking it. Or at least I thought it wasn't supposed to be. So what else can be greased? I need something that's already I don't have anything that's leveled that I can put grease on.
Sir.
I know, he's like already down there and everything, being an asshole.
Like, hey.
Like, you want your runes? Come get them. Come get your runes.
It's like 68,000.
I know, I have quite a few as well. Alright, I don't want a great sword, so can I just put it on? Alright. I'm gonna try this one. So I can put it on this one? Alright, whatever. Fuck it, we ball. I just did it again. That one's kind of bullshit there. Sure. Very interesting that you are up my booty.
Sir.
Okay, let me hit you with this. Oh, cool. That does even less damage, even though I've got Holy on it.
peck me. Right up the gooch. Oh, no, 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 no.
Right.
Oh,
Does he like rocks? Do you like rocks, sir?
oh, there goes my mimic. Don't peck me.
Ooh, rocks seem to work.
Stab. That did, like, nothing.
I know, because he's like immune to everything other than fucking holy. And I have no holy weapons. And I don't want to go all the way back to a grace to put a holy spell on.
No, no. Don't.
Okay, we got him. There we go. Or not. Or not. Cool.
Nope, nope, nope. Where you going?
He's like, you
I don't like
asked.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, no.
There's my... Oh, no, that's you. I was like, there's my mimic. But nope, my mimic's still killing it, apparently. Oh, now it's swinging nothing. Amazing. Love that.
That looks good and great. Oh, no, no, no. I don't even see your mimic.
What?
What?
You slammed and did fire? That's not nice.
We almost had him that time.
I know. Okay. I gotta take
Just keep
this
healing.
stupid shit out of my inventory so my mimic doesn't use it.
Sure. Is he immune to fire? Probably. I can make more fire bombs.
Okay. Oh, what about holy pots? Can we make holy pots? Let's see.
I didn't see any in my...
I have holy water pots in mine. Let's see. I could make a couple. Okay. I'm gonna put those on instead of the grease and see how that does instead. Where are the pots?
Yeah, I don't have any holy water pots.
All right,
Oh,
let's
sacred
try it.
river.
Let's try it. All right, do this. And do this. That. Okay. Closer. Holy water pot to your face. Oh my god, it does 666 damage. That's so funny.
That's amazing. Oh, gotta get my runes. Gotta get my runes.
I know,
gotta
I
get my
know.
runes.
This guy is
Anything
already
else?
on me though, and I can't get mine.
No.
Okay, I'm coming.
Stop. You're swinging right where my runes are. I need you to fucking stop.
Fucking stop.
Okay.
Okay. That was fun while it lasted. Let's go.
Rex. Okay, there goes my mimic.
Have you leveled your mimic at all?
Huh?
Have you leveled your mimic at all?
No. I don't
Okay.
know how to do that.
Okay. You should probably
I
do
didn't
that.
know I could.
Yeah, Roderica at the Round Table Hold does it. Why is he standing there? Oh, that's why he's just standing there. Because he's transitioning into phase 2.
I have learned. I have learned that he does bad things.
Yeah. So phase 2, there's a lot of AoE. And that's
Not good for me.
shitty.
It's not great for me. Honestly,
That's
me personally,
shitty.
I don't like it.
I'm not a fan of that. I'd rather we didn't.
I need more sunflowers. I'm out of sunflowers because I use all my sunflowers on Holy Grease.
Holy grease, Batman. I know.
Holy Grease.
Don't do it. I just want my runes.
No. Oh, I'm not even there yet. I hadn't even
know.
loaded in.
He loaded in. Oh. My game crashed.
Oh no.
You're probably gonna get disconnected.
Oh no, but my runes.
They should still be there. Because
Okay.
it most likely saved the last death.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. It just yeeted me randomly here. Okay.
Yeah, if you're not aggroed to anything, you can always try to go to Round Table and upgrade your Mimic, but
I don't have any money.
Oh, true, because we died. True, because we are deceased.
We have perished.
Yes, we did simply perish. Oh, the Deathrite Bird is here. Thank you for spawning me back right here, game. That was very nice of you to do. That was very nice of you to put me right back in the middle of the fight. Thank you.
Amazing. Are you able to run away?
I'm running. I'm briskly jogging.
Just going for a nice leisurely stroll.
Mm-hmm. My feet must be so cold in the snow.
Yeah, because you've got no shoes on.
I know.
Your feet are just out, eating.
All right, I can leave now. Where are you? Oh, you're not here because we got disconnected.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting.
Open world to wanderers.
I'm a wanderer.
Oh my gosh, my world is open to you.
Around. Oh. Around.
You need to go get this onion, no problem.
I gotta go get this onion.
I need this onion, man.
God damn
it. Wall climb or speed? Oh, the run speed is very nice, but you have torrent. So probably the wall climb. I guess probably the wall climb would be what I would want. Where's the bird that it's already aggroed? Ah, I found me. What? Where is this bird?
It's down the...
I know, but how did he hit me up here?
Oh, because he's a jerk.
Yeah, so I guess to answer your question, Horseman, it would probably be the climbing, because yeah, you've got the horse in this game, which you don't have in that one.
They'll die.
Nope, I just had them summon my Mimic. Oh my god, what is this guy's fucking deal, dude? Holy.
He's
like, chill for a second.
Ow, don't peck me! Get wrecked. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, this guy is tough.
He's a meanie.
Yeah, I don't think we can do this without holy damage.
I believe in us. We've gotten close. I choose to believe.
Where is the Grace, though? How far do we need to go back for the Grace? Because I can run over there and literally just put a spell on real quick. I'm gonna actually do that. This isn't too far. Yeah. It's not too far. If I can go put a holy spell on, it'll be like so much easier.
Holy spells.
Yep, it won't let me sit. It won't let me sit. What the fuck?
Is it because I'm still loading in?
It shouldn't be.
Okay. Unknown has warped.
There you go. Now I can rest.
Literally right here.
Okay. Memorize spell. Go to you, and let's do
Don't look at me. I'm just gonna get my runes.
There's no way. This is my only holy spell.
I got my wounds.
It's not even gonna work really well because this is the only holy spell I have, and it's not a distance spell. Interesting. Fuck. Yeah, that might not even work. Alright, try that. Alright, let's put this and do this one. This one. Okay. Alright, I am on my way back. Oh.
Okay.
Whee.
Bong. I'll put a spell on you.
Okay, I am here. I am here.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Let's try it.
I believe.
I believe too. Except I don't believe.
That's not the. That's not the spirit.
Let me hear it.
I believe. Oh, ouch. He's an angry bird.
This doesn't do very much damage either.
Okay.
He saw me like doing spells in the distance and was like, no.
I don't even have his his name.
Oh, then if you
have his
died, that's funny. Yeah, I would go. Yeah, I would just go back, de-aggro him. The Grace isn't too far away, honestly. Because if you don't have a health bar, it's not registering the boss for you.
Where's the Grace?
I can't look at the map to show you.
Do I need to go back or?
Yeah, I mean, you might have to go back. I'm just concerned about it not counting as a boss for you, so.
Yeah. How am I? I'm okay.
Oh,
is it like in front
you should
of
be able
him?
to pull up your map now.
Oh, the music stopped.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yep, it's
Snow
the
Valley
Overlook
Ruins?
one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How are you, hamster? I hope you're doing good.
You died.
I rest. I think I could level up. I could level up now.
That's funny. Oh, I went to the stake. Shit, I'll teleport. I just hit the button too quick.
Let's do. I could do a little bit more.
Wait, where are my runes? Can I get them?
Oh, I don't want to do intelligence. For health, or do I want more?
Not worth. Not worth.
If I do dexterity, that does a decent amount of increase
Yeah.
to my attack power.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
All right, let me
Kicking
see.
various habits, but doing so is kicking your beauty, feeling a little delicate. I understand. I understand. I think I need to take a quick bio.
Disgusting.
Disgusting, I know.
I know.
Just like
That's okay.
5 minutes. I'll do a quick BRB. I'll be
Okie
right
doke.
back.
We'll do a BRB too then. I know we haven't been on long, but it's better.
Hello, Burb.
Yeah. Okay. I'm back. There's gotta be... Okay. I gotta look. There has to be something I can use. Mixed Wondrous Physic. See, this will increase... Temporary boost lightning. Temporarily boosts holy. Doesn't help. Okay. None of this helps. How do I not have, like, the Discus of Light or anything? Where is that? Can I, like, go grab it real quick? Discus of Light is where? Purchase from Brother Quarren for 11,000 runes after he moves to Goldmask's location in Altus Plateau. Let's see if I can find him in Altus. Merchant. Brother Quarren, alright. So, but he hasn't moved to Goldmask's location? So how do I make him do that? The Elden Ring badge? You're welcome. You're welcome. It's... I know it's silly, but it's actually one of the reasons why I kind of bothered Chaos into streaming with me on Thursday night. Was because I wanted the badge, and... So at first it was like, oh, you have to do stream together to get the badge, and then they were like, all right, fine, you can watch stream together to get the badge. So at first I was like, yes, we have to do this, blah blah blah.
Ah, well then.
Okay, study incantations. Yep, right here. Okay, how do I make him move? Tell the noble. Yeah, there we go. Do you?
Your description. Of course, less the golden to you two.
Okay, so now is he going?
This could be.
Okay, hold on.
It's incantate. Very well.
Can we make him move there?
It's incantate. Very well.
Okay. Study incantations.
Hello?
Hello? Oh. Hello?
Where did you go?
I teleported to this vendor who might have a spell I can use.
Oh,
So,
okay. I was like, oh,
I know, I was like, she's not here, and I'm gonna run real quick to this dude.
The golden order shine through.
Okay, so now if I rest... Okay, hold on. So now if I go over here and I rest, he'll move, and he'll sell me the spell. We're doing a quest. We're speedrunning a quest really quick, so this guy will sell me the spell I want. But he should move.
Love it.
Yeah, see, he's already moved. Okay, so now where is he?
Look at these ghost trees. You were locked. What book are you reading? Also, hamster, I saw what you said. Trying to quit smoking caffeine and the marijuana.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm sure you'll feel better at some point. Was it one of the spicy ones? Okay, wow. And yes. Listen, there's nothing wrong with reading a spicy book.
I literally don't see that.
Boom.
Am I crazy? Like, I don't see this location on the map.
Ow. Don't.
Here? Here. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ, this is a bit of a run, but I can do it quick.
I must know what books you're reading. Silver Elite, it's like Divergent, X-Men, and Hunger Games. Love Child. Interesting.
Okay. A spicy book? Yes, Nikki. We know.
Mickey, what spicy book are you reading?
Yeah, also which spicy book though?
Owie, owie.
The Never,
Never-
King? I don't think I've heard
I
of
am
that
not
one.
familiar.
Yeah.
Peter, God damn it. These fucking rolly ass skull bitches.
I know, I know. Okay, so he's up, right? Yeah, he's up there. He's gotta be.
Adds it to list. Listen, it's good recommendations.
Listen, if anybody can give a good recommendation, it's Nikki, because we know she reading them.
She do be reading.
She do be reading them.
Reading them.
It's a it's a Peter Pan spicy book? I feel...
Do you feel weird about that?
Yeah.
And the people that enjoy spiky makes... I mean, you get more ideas. Oh, hello. Hello! Hey, thanks for the resub, Kevin. Ow. Whoa.
Thanks to you and taking my place. Have no fear.
Murdered the eldest of rings.
Study incantations. Yeah! Okay, so now he has the incantation I want. Okay. So now I need to get some runes. Hold on, stop talking to me. I need runes. Stop. Alright, I need 11,000, so... I've got one 10,000er right here. And then I just need 1,000.
More than just spicy. I actually don't usually read spicy books. But I'm not opposed to spicy books.
What happened with your... Yeah,
Oh,
what happened
yeah!
with- yeah, did
Yeah,
you
what
call
happened
them
with
a
Sonic?
bitch? Did you tell them that you're gonna murder everything that they love?
Did you at least get your money back?
Oh, I mean... That too.
Did you haunt their nightmares?
Did you kill everyone?
And set fire to the entire establishment? Did you curse them and future generations for years to
For
come?
years to come, exactly. Okay.
Murder, 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 murder. Bird murder, birder.
Birder. Alright, one more place to go. Round
Okay.
table. See if I can level up this stupid... Because I have to use a different weapon for this spell. So I just want to see... just to see if I can level it up. I
You
don't know if
good?
I
I'm
can.
just running around.
I know, but I feel bad because like all this for one stupid boss, but I guess it's good to have a holy weapon ready.
Don't think this is gonna be a Sonic sponsor stream. Listen, nothing against Sonic, everything against that one location.
Okay, I can't level it up, so let's go. Listen, if Sonic was gonna sponsor me, they would have done it years ago when I used to make jokes about it, but they're definitely not gonna now. Plus, also, I've moved on.
An influencer? I am not an influencer. I do not influence anybody.
You influence me.
To do what?
Be myself.
Aww. That's dumb.
Aww.
That's not gonna sell any products. You just need to buy your merch. That's true.
Oh, also, Gigi, I have a customer complaint about your merch.
What?
I ordered a scrunchie and it never showed up.
Wait, what the fuck? Really?
For real.
I thought it did because you were talking about it.
No, I talked about how I was like making jokes about how you're gonna hold my hair up when I throw up, and then it never fucking showed up though.
Okay. Let me. Fucking fourth wall. What the fuck? Because mine showed up like immediately.
I've never had a problem with fourth wall, so I'm like, maybe it wasn't even like fourth wall, like maybe it was like my fucking neighbor or something stupid. I don't know. Wait,
Okay,
why
I'll
is there
look into
another?
it.
Why are you here again? I can hurt this one though.
You're fighting nothing.
What? No, there's a skeleton.
Nope.
Yeah. Skeleton. Well, now it's gone. Now it's back.
This is weird.
It's not hurting you though, but I can hurt it.
Nope.
I don't even think it's hurting me. Oh, yeah, it's hurting me. Okay.
I don't think it's hurting me. Oh, wait.
It killed me.
Hurt me. It hurt me. Something hurt me.
What the? Then you can't see the giant skeleton?
No. Is it like the big skeleton?
Yeah. Like the ones that come out of the
Maybe I
ground
need
and
to-
swing and blow like
Maybe I need to,
lasers.
Like maybe I need to rest real quick. Oh wait, I didn't see what happened. I just see
I need
what
my
happened
wounds.
to Sonic.
Yeah, what happened? I didn't see. What does it say? Let me go back.
Oh no, just talking about spicy book readers.
Oh, that's the last thing she said. Nikki, we're waiting. It's gonna be.
We must know.
It better be a book. She better be writing a book.
A full ass novel. A full ass novel.
An ass novel. Why are you here? I don't understand.
Didn't we murder the boatman?
We did.
Nikki,
That's why I'm so confused. Nikki, yeah. Exactly. You get it. No, I was not close. Don't even act like I was close enough to set that shit off. I disagree.
I don't see your little icon anywhere.
Okay, I'm trapped. I am in between the Deathrite bird and this giant skeleton.
I think everything's a little fucked at the moment.
Yeah.
Cause you are nowhere.
Right. I see you, so I'm gonna try to come to you.
Just gonna stand.
Yeah, hello.
Right here.
Hi.
Turn
around.
Nope, you don't exist. But your health bar is like flickering. I'm gonna disconnect real quick because I'm gonna reconnect.
Okay. I'm like, I don't know. Is it? Maybe I'll do it too. Hold on.
We'll
Inventory.
both run away.
Separate. Be away. Be away. Separate.
As soon as she spawned in, that bird was chasing. Maybe it just really liked my outfit, and it was like, hey, where'd you get it? Hey, does it have pocket?
You look
Oh my god, it
kinda
has
cute.
pocket.
Okay, it's open. Open to wanderers.
Wanderers! I run around, around,
Wander, 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 wander. Cause I'm a wanderer. Da-da-da-da-da. Those are the words, totally. I've played Fallout enough to know. I've played enough Fallout. I know all the words.
A wanderer.
A wanderer.
Oh, we've got your icon.
Huh?
See your icon now. Hello!
Oh, hi! Y'all are too funny. No.
We're just the right buddy.
The precise amount of funny.
Oh yeah, that's right. This man.
Okay, so this. Okay. Let's go, motherfucker.
Motherfucker!
I'm gonna throw holy light at you as soon as I can stop dodging. That does no damage because it's not leveled up. Amazing.
Let's go! Why you yelling at me? You yelled at me and it hurt me!
I know, I hate him so much.
This fucking burb!
We've died to him quite a few times already.
Yeah, but we almost got him that one time.
Yep.
And kind of almost a second time. but don't.
It's as soon as he second phases that I get screwed up. It's all of the AoE.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta get him. I gotta get him. I gotta get him. Oh, nope, I didn't get him. No, 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 don't stab me. Don't stab me. Don't stab me. I'm a baby. Oh, okay, well, that was unnecessary.
AoE shit again. I hate it.
Don't.
Don't do
Have
it.
you considered not doing that?
He has, and he decided he wants to do it anyway. Fuck. See, as soon as he phase 2, I just can't.
Did he already phase 2?
Yeah,
Am I
he's in phase
stupid?
2. That's what the big explosion is.
I just thought he was just feeling spicy.
No, that's the phase 2 transition.
Okay, I am dead.
Yeah.
I always forget that that's like 3 attacks. This little bitch.
All right, the only other thing, I'm gonna go back to the grace. The only other thing I can think of, and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do it, chat. I'm doing it. Is if I change my affinity on my Uchigatana to holy affinity.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Here's my Uchigatana. Here it is. Okay. Hopefully I have the wet blade for it. I don't know. Cold Uchigatana. Okay. Pearly. Sacred Uchigatana.
My runes, they're right there.
Sacred. Sacred Uchigatana. It's so sacred. It's so sacred. So sacred. It is sacred. Sacred. It is sacred.
So stupid.
I know.
I love it so much.
I know.
We're gonna kill this bird.
Yeah, we are. This is my weapon. Is sacred. Okay, I'm back. Are you ready?
Yup.
This. 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 Don't do it.
Heal.
I see you, bitch.
You tried. Oh, runes? Runes.
Yep,
Ow!
I'm running. I'm running for runes.
Don't.
Okay.
Don't. I mean, I already leveled up, so I only have like.
I didn't know that did that. Okay, how about that?
Oh shit! When did I get
A little
11,000? Whoa! Oh, that's dope.
Hell.
That's
Yeah.
dope. I don't have his boss bar again.
Oh shit. All right. I don't want you to not get credit. So. Oh, you're dead. Okay. Well, that sucks. I am also dead.
But it looks like your weapon with the affinity seems to be doing a thing.
Yeah, it does much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Ferret. What? Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Win? Okay. You know what? You're right. Let's do it.
Is it finally daytime? Oh, there he is. I was like, how can we use... Is he... Wait, is he not a night boss? Is he an always here boss?
We haven't been here
Because
at
the
night.
other
like, this
two
whole
have...
time.
But the other ones are always night bosses. Okay. Okay. That's, like, really not necessary.
Ow. You swapped in the
be
middle of your
closer?
3 attacks and I didn't appreciate it.
Yeah, if I get a headshot with Sacred Blade, holy shit. If
Get
look at
him.
that. Oh, come on. Let me get another headshot so I can show. Look at that damage with a fucking Sacred Blade. That's insane.
That's
okay,
dope.
get
That's
out of here.
dope.
Get out of here.
Okay,
Get out of here.
okay.
I told you he's weak to holy, but none of my weapons were high enough upgraded.
Look at me.
Hi, Nate. How you doing? Thank you for the lurk. Don't dodge out of the way this time, bitch. Don't do it. Oh,
Oh,
my
get it?
god.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, Sacred Blade. Hi, Dave. Welcome in.
Hi, Dave. See, you're right. that get fucked Gigi said was not towards you, Dave.
Hell yeah.
Okay, you're correct.
Hell
Easy.
yeah.
It was perfectly timed. Howdy, Gigi. Get fucked. Look, it's me.
Okay, we can go back to the Grace so we can level up.
Webble.
And then I can put my cold Uchi Katana back on.
Yeah. You should take full credit. You're the reason. You said to win, and then we did.
Yeah, it's
So-
true. I will also give you credit. It's true.
I
Right,
couldn't have done
so-
it if it said win. And I didn't do jack shit.
With... Oh, I could have... I mean, I'm glad I chose what I chose, but I could have also done Unsheath with just Holy Affinity on it instead of doing... But Sacred Blade, like, melted it. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fucking rad.
I should play Elden Ring next time I'm feeling... Elden Ring? Listen, Elden Ring is not hard after playing Night Rain.
You took a
Elden Ring
steak
is
out of the
very easy after Night Rain.
the garbage. You had to get it back from her. She was not giving up easy. Cat. How dare. Hi, Astro.
Astronaut voice. 4 years, 1 month, 14 days since the incident.
Since the incident.
Since the incident.
I got 2 years, 7 months.
Oh, I didn't even level. I just put my stuff back. My weapon back.
Get leveled.
Get leveled,
Get
bitch.
leveled,
Get
idiot.
leveled, bitch.
Do a flip. Wee.
I actually can now. Yay! Astro asked me to do a flip when I was playing Night Rain, and the sorcerer character doesn't flip. She just like does this like little floaty thing when she dodges. So I was like, I can't flip.
I cannot.
I'm unable to
I
do
am
flip.
simply unable to flip.
Unable to do.
Simply could not.
Okay, that bird melted once I changed. That was funny.
It's super dead.
Super dead.
It's super dead. 10 out of 10 flips. Hell yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I practiced really hard.
I got.
Okay, there's a skeleton again. Why? I don't understand it.
I see him this time at least.
Well, that's good, so you don't think I'm insane.
I believed you. I just could not see him.
Okay, is this the right way? Seems to be the right way.
Wee.
Bloop.
Oh no, lightning.
Lightning?
Lightning.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
I don't like it.
Serpentine. Serpentine.
A Grace!
Yep. Because this is not a dungeon, but it's like a mini dungeon. Like, not really. There's like a boss in here though, and I hate him.
Dude.
But we need to
He's
beat
just
him
chill.
so that we can eventually beat Melania, because that's all what chat cares about, is us eventually beating Melania.
Sure.
Okay, so
Ball.
from what I remember, yep, there's 2 of those lions, which I learned are called elder lions. I never knew that before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not younger lions?
No, they're called elder lions.
Ow.
And I learned that in Night Rain. I never knew they had a name at all. Okay, hold on. I think I'm being stupid right now because I think I'm putting cold on something that isn't weak to cold.
They push it to Monday. How is he gonna run?
You
Oh, I'm
leveled
sorry.
out? No. I just, this is a continual thing that I've been doing with Gigi, so.
You died.
Yeah, but she'll come right back because it's not a bossy. And the Grace is right here.
Yeah.
But I will definitely be playing later. I am determined to at least like be able to beat like a boss solo, but it is just not balanced, or I'm just not good enough. One of the two or both of the two.
Giving Hell's Bells vibe? Hell yeah. Hell's Bells! Oh, do, oh, do, oh, do, oh,
Oh,
do.
you aggroed the second one, no.
I didn't mean to, I just got to my roots. No. I got scared.
Oh my, they both decided to just ruin my day.
No.
Are they not, like, they are bleedable, but they are chunky.
They are very chonky boys. Well, I got frostbitten.
I mean, we are getting later into the game, and it's just going to start getting harder.
Well, that's unacceptable.
I agree, but such is the way. Okay, I got one. Thank you for the beast blood and the fang and all that shit. I don't need it. Don't frostbite me, please. I want my runes. No, I want my runes. Yeah.
Got him.
Okay. Now. Okay. I hate it in here so much. This is the way. You know that they're doing a movie? The Mandalorian and Grogu?
Interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Feels unnecessary.
I also agree.
Then again, I kind of feel like all of these extra
I mean, I think the TV shows are the best way to like expand the universe, because it's like if you want to watch them, like you can, but like they're not dependent on the Star Wars universe.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched nary a one.
Oh, I watched a couple of the shows that I enjoyed, actually.
The shows have been really well done. I mean, I've heard that Mandalorian has his good-ish. A bird! Fuck you, bird!
Fuck off, dog. Fuck off, dog.
Fuck off.
Fuck off, dog.
Yeah. The Mandalorian is dad feelings, but Star Wars. I don't know if I want that.
Oh, this is a painting. A
Honestly.
painting. Hey! Knock it off. Knock it off. No, knock it off. Okay.
I said no. A painting? Where's the painting?
It's in a locked room. I want to get in the locked room.
You like The Last of Us? I bet you like it. I mean, probably. Honestly, I'm sure I would. I don't have time for that shit.
It is very exhausting feeling like you have to watch all these shows to like keep up with stuff.
Yeah, so I just don't, and it makes me feel better.
Right.
Instead, I will rewatch Critical Role
No, knock it off, please.
for the 1,000 millionth time.
Okay.
Because what if there's a hot lady? I understand. I mean, you're not wrong. There could be. Oh, do not
please,
shoot.
please, no, please,
And
no,
then
please,
throw
no,
at
please,
me.
no.
Oh,
Please,
there's-
no,
oh,
please, no. I'm trying to know.
Could you not? Stop disappearing. Ow.
Hot lady and titty? No, I'm not playing as titties. Titties will be like after stream.
Oh, is that Night Rain?
Yeah. The witch or the caster or the mage, whatever you want to call it. Just humongo titties. I'm not quite sure why they went in that direction, but alas, here we are.
He murdered me.
Oh no, that's
Hello.
unfortunate.
So unfortunate. And there was several, in fact. You know what? I'm happy for you, Ferret.
Bruh, thank you. Okay.
But
Bruh. Wait, how do we get this painting? There must be a way.
there must be a way. Do 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 do. I have fucking.
See, and there's something there too. See, there has to be a way.
I bet you have to go in from above.
There
You
must
jump
be.
in through the ceiling.
There must be. Well, here's a ladder.
Feels like a weed store. All these bongs. Wah,
Wow.
wow.
How do you feel about that?
Wow.
Are you embarrassed about what you just did? Do you feel any shame about what you've just done?
Nope.
Not even a little. I love it. I love it. Ooh, I think I found where we're supposed to be because they're men.
I found there's a purple thing in there. There was a slug, and behind it there
A
was
slug
thing.
No, don't do that. You just drew everyone's attention. No.
Ah! Oh, I almost just fucking fell to my death.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Contraption does not. Well, that's useless. Okay. I went the wrong way. Maybe I'll murder this slug.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Come on. It
Yeah.
wasn't necessary.
A strip of white flesh. What do you got?
Got him.
Oh, a butterfly. I did all that for a fucking butter. Ah!
Oh, I got some pants.
Oh, hell yeah. Climb.
Dog.
I made the ladder. I think we are definitely in different areas.
No, no, no. Up the ladder is correct, I think. I hope.
No.
Oh no, this is the ladder I took. Which ladder? Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I see you. Okay,
I don't know how I
what's
got
over there?
here.
I don't know how you got over there either.
There was a slug, and I murdered it. There's a lot of slugs, actually.
Wait, so can you get... Oh, wait. So can you get here from over there? Like, can you go further up? Like, does this connect somehow? Let me see.
Seems like death, and I haven't actually gotten my runes back yet, so I probably don't want to.
No, okay. So I'm literally right above you, see? Oh, well, I guess now I'm here because I fell.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't even know where even armor. Ah! I need to get my runes. Okay, I'll be back.
Who?
Ghost.
Who?
Holmes.
Okay, that man. Okay, I see him.
Is he one of the disappearing dudes?
They're
I
all
hate those
disappearing dudes. That's the whole thing about this castle that I hate.
guys. Homestative.
Okay. He is dead. Now, I need this stupid mudda truck over here who is throwing fire at me.
Well, that's just not nice.
Oh, well, now he's going down the stairs.
I'm not afraid to say it. I'll say it right here, right now. That's not nice.
That's there's no way that hits me. I absolutely disagree with that.
I would like to write a strongly worded letter to your manager. Where the fuck am I? Where did I die?
I don't know where you died. I didn't even know you passed away.
The guy with his stupid
Oh
shit.
my god. This is so ridiculous here. Why did you take us here?
Me?
Why did you bring us here?
I didn't mean to. I was trying to get my boots.
Okay,
Not even
so
there anymore.
okay. So I got to you by going up and then back around. Okay, let's see. So I went this way.
Well, see, I need to go that way because I haven't gone that way yet.
I know, but I need to go this way to find where you were because I don't know how to get to where you were.
Have you already been in this room?
I don't know. I don't know where you are.
I'm right where you just were. Oh, look, a grace.
Yeah, the grace. I touched the grace. That's how we had it to go to.
I didn't have it to go to. I went back outside, which is how I got lost.
Oh. Okay, so this is... I went to go, like, look for you here. And this is where I fell. What's further up? I think further up is the painting. No? No? Is there really nothing up here?
Hello? Nope. It's just a door that I can't go in. I hate doors I can't go in.
This seems like a waste. Why is there... There's nothing up here. Nowhere to go up here. I mean, it looks like it's trying to make you jump here, which is where? Where you are.
This...
Interesting. Where's this? Okay. So you went up and then you went... Okay, you went that way. I see. Yeah, no, that's the way I just went.
Yeah, I'm picking up all the things that I did not get.
Oh, there's a legendary in here.
A legendary?
A legendary. Yeah. It's called the Eclipse Shuttle.
Yeah, I got that.
This door also doesn't open.
Oh yeah, that's where I was.
Oh, I found the ladder.
A ladder?
I found a ladder. Oh no, men.
I don't even know how you got up there for death time. Oh no, men. Okay, I'm coming back to you.
Oh, wait, that's... Wait, is this the other side of this? Oh my gosh. Wait, no, this is another ladder.
My good.
Can I reach him? Yes, nice. And he's gonna teleport here. Yep.
I'm lost forever. Go this way? A ladder! Probably.
Oh my word.
Don't die.
I too late.
No! Agnes said
too late.
What? Sneak attack?
Yeah, it's the teleporting thing that can get you, which really sucks.
I get you from... Oh god. Oh god. Oh no! Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I forgot that my blood attack moves me forward a little bit.
I was just looking. I didn't want to go down. Damn it.
Where? Okay. What do I do from here?
I have to go... Where?
From here. Now that all of the children are growing up. Oh no. Rats!
I was just looking. I didn't even mean to go down. I was just peeking.
No. Rats! Oh! I just got murdered!
By rats?
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us. I've died to rats and dogs probably thousands of times.
Very upset.
Yeah. But now you're like actually a Souls player.
Why did it not put me at the other grace that I was at?
Did you not touch it?
I did touch it! But I can't, it doesn't give me the option to touch grace if I'm not the one who discovered it.
Ugh, that probably is why.
All I can do is rest at it.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do that. Because then all shit's gonna come back.
Oh, that shit is gonna come back.
And nobody wants
that. Okay, now where does this go? Why is this here? This is a fake out? Is that what that is? What's this?
Get faked.
Nothing. Why is this here? Why is this here to explore if there's nothing here? There's gotta be a reason. It's gotta make you want to go somewhere. Is it trying to get me to go over here?
Where did it die? Oh, in here.
Aquaman's not going far enough. Is it because it's hitting the thing? It is. Oh, he's stuck? Oh, he's dead. Okay. It's just saying he's... I saw you, and I was trying to not get shot by you. Okay. A ladder?
Maybe this ladder does a thing? Does it take me to a place?
He was I don't know what, I think he was, I killed him before. I'm not sure, excuse me, why his like model is still loaded in with no health.
What is
I
the
found
purpose
it! Yay! The painting! Door!
Oh good, I get it. I don't have to also find
Yeah,
it.
no. Okay, so now from here.
What's over here?
I guess I should just go back up, huh?
Maybe I'll jump over? Is this a terrible idea? Probably. Let's do it!
That's the
A
guy who killed
ladder!
me! Oh,
Who is?
that one. Oh, he just disappeared and he's gonna reappear, I think, and attack you. The guy with 2 swords.
There's a guy with 2 swords?
Yeah.
I'm just chilling.
Was he not gonna attack you? What the heck? I mean, not the heck that he's not attacking you, but what the heck? Where did he go?
Oh, okay, this is where the guy was, and I murdered that guy. Okay. Wait, what? How do I get up there? I want to go up there.
Yeah, how do I get back over there where my runes are?
There.
I don't normally explore this castle in particular because the boss in here is not really one of my favorites, so I usually just try to go in and out really quickly.
That's what she said. Hello? Oh, this man. Ah! No,
Oh, I found
no,
this. What's this?
No, owie.
The
Don't.
Stormhawk axe.
Ow,
That's
no,
where it is?
no. Okay.
Yeah, I know. The guy with 2 swords, he's like, I don't know why he's so strong. I feel like he's broken.
I'm already dead. Stop attacking my dead body. It's rude. Fucking rude.
Heckin' rude.
Heckin' rude.
Oh yeah, you can't pull this one, can you? Yeah, that's right.
That's right. It doesn't. I'm gonna. No. I'm gonna fast travel to. Yes. So that it knows that I can spawn here. God damn it.
Yeah.
Instead of spawning me outside.
Hello? 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 Hello?
What's in this room?
Alright, so I'm going in circle. I don't know where the guy who... Like, where are my runes?
Where are your rooms?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. They're there. How do that? How get there? How do that? How did I get there in the first place?
Just desperately trying to get our shit.
I'm just like, I don't remember how I even got over there.
Oh my god, he's just standing there.
Menacingly.
So menacingly. What if I just...
Right, where's this one you went to?
Can I sneak up on him? I sure can. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I love how it still puts me in combat, so now my stamina is like running out.
I didn't mean to. Cuts to me. Can I stab him in the back?
No, I didn't.
It was just
I'm
a
sorry.
prank.
I was just kidding. I was just kidding. It was just a prank, bro. I'm just
I
kidding.
didn't mean it.
Bro, it's just a prank for my YouTube channel.
Sorry, why are you being so uncool? So cringe of you to care about being stabbed. I need more videos of the bros who do pranks for YouTube getting just like absolutely
This way.
punched to shit.
I found it.
Because that fuels me.
I mean, some of them are like, some of the pranks that they do for content are actually really mean, so they deserve to be punched.
Exactly. That's why it fuels me. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, that didn't work. It didn't work. Oh, he's still got his health from when I almost murdered him the one time. Okay. Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you murdering?
I'm here.
With me.
Yay! We did it finally. Finally.
Oh, we're back together again.
Yay!
Yay!
What is this thing that we did all that trouble for? A crimson amber or cerulean amber medallion. Yay! It's actually probably
Yay.
not bad, actually.
I still need. Should I have 4 medallion slots?
Yeah, but I don't know how to get yours because I think I got mine while I was trying to catch up and you somehow missed one and I don't know where yours would be.
Was.
Yeah.
It increases your maximum FP.
Papa. Which I know is not an answer you want to hear, but I don't know where to go back to.
That's okay. I could Google it.
Google.
Where to get extra equipment slots in Elden Ring.
Up here. Then we can go down.
I already got all that shit.
Yeah, we have to get back. Well, I guess, technically, we could fast travel back to the Church of the Eclipse.
I just jumped down. I haven't gone in this room. Is this where we're supposed to go? No. Bacon bed. No.
Oh, the bacon men? I hate them so much.
Man.
Alright, well, I can't fast travel. I was gonna fast travel to you, but...
It's okay. I got him.
Okay.
I got him. I murdered them. Baconman.
Don't like baconmen.
Bacon.
The Kevin Baconman.
Huh?
Every time they attack, just be like, no, Kevin, no.
Oh, uh-oh. No.
Okay, I'm here. Shush.
Look
Don't
for
yell.
men.
Don't yell.
Okay. At least they're susceptible to blood.
Yes, because they are still men.
Still men. No, they're moving.
Still men. Give me one at the top of the stairs, too. Yeah. No, another sword man. Please, no. Okay, alright. I'm gonna try to do something really quick that's gonna save us a lot of time later. Ugh. Okay. I sent the elevator down, which will save us so much time later.
Oh, the elevator. Oh, no. Yep, I got to the bottom and I tried to hit the switch and it was like, it doesn't work. And I was like, fuck you. Oh,
yeah.
Hello. Ow. I'm trapped.
That's a speedrunner trick, chat. Look at me.
Other situation. Sir? Did he kill you?
He did.
That bitch.
But it's okay because I can just take the elevator.
Elevator. Whoa.
Elevator.
Ella.
A.
Elevator. Elevator. Okay, he's dead now. Whoa.
Where is elevator? Here. I was like, where's the elevator from here? Here.
That's the way I accidentally went.
It's an accident, bro.
An accident. Hello.
Hi. My runes. Alright, is everyone dead?
Yeah.
Good job. Okay.
I'm murdered.
This is a boss, and I don't like him.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Is this man?
I don't like him. Okay, hold on. Where's my this? Okay. This.
Niall from One Direction?
Yeah, sure. Alright, we gotta get his little dudes first, because they are such fucking assholes. Yep, see, exactly what I was trying to not have happen. Okay. 1.
Ow.
Shit, get out of this corner. Nice. Okay, now him.
Whoop. Oh no, he's doing shit. He's doing stuff.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Owie. Ouchie.
Oh yeah,
No,
that's
no.
actually a good idea, Mimic. Using briars as punishment. Is he a human, which means he bleed, man?
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, he stood up real fast. Okay. Okay.
There goes Mimic. No, not me. She's finally been her best friend, is now her girlfriend. Aw, nice.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay.
No, not me. I was casting. Rude.
I was casting a spell. Get closer so I can hit you with my blood. Or to stay just outside.
Oh, stop. Why are you so obsessed with me?
Ouch. Oh, it didn't actually. Oh, that hit me. That hit me. That hit me. I was about to be like, he didn't even hit me. He did. He did. He did hit me.
You very much hit us, yes. No.
No, sir, no.
I know. Alright, I'm gonna try.
We're doing good. We're doing very good, though. Oh, no. Don't. Oh.
Now watch. We're never gonna get that close again.
That's not true. It's just gonna take at least 4 more times of doing really shitty,
Yeah.
and then we'll do really good. It's our pattern.
I shouldn't have changed spells. I should have kept doing briars. Okay.
No, don't say that. Listen, I know what happens. We do really good the first time, and then we fuck up a lot for like 3 more times, and then we do really, really good, and we win. As long as Ferret comes in and says, win. How do I...
Okay. I was gonna try to show you, and then this guy decided to show up and join the party. He's not allowed. Okay, this way. And then we need to hop down here. And then we need to take the Elamabader. Elamabader.
Oh, I almost did it dumb.
Oh lord, he coming quick. Oh quick, he coming.
No,
He coming.
bird. Oh no, it's the man.
The man.
Not the bird, the man.
Alright, so we should send this down for next time.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Speed on our strats. Alright, here's this. Here's this. Alright. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. And here's this. Okay.
Oh no, that's me.
Shit. Shit.
Got that one.
Okay.
Got that one.
He has killed your mimic, I think?
That tracks. She was doing her best.
About to be my mimic. Oh,
Didn't
yep.
like that. Didn't like that. That's me. Don't hurt me. I'm a baby.
No, how much poise does he have? Okay, you just got him. Okay, cool.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Love that for us. Oh, let me get my
The
runes that probably don't matter at this point. Oh, or not.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about my runes.
Because now I'm stuck in a corner. Cool. I love that he charged me into a corner so I couldn't get out.
I forgot about my runes.
Like a typical man.
Fucking
Just corner me so I can't get out.
Typical.
Ugh,
It's just so typical.
it's so typical. Just a typical Timmy.
That's what we call him. Typical Tibby.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe I forgot about my runes.
I didn't forget about mine. I just literally couldn't get to them. Alright, this guy's gonna appear. One quick unsheath. Alright. And uppies.
Uppies?
Look at that. No one even saw us that time. That one was a good one.
Sneaky. We're the sneakiest.
So sneakies. And then go back down later.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Goodbye.
There we go. There we go. Here we go. After this attempt, if it doesn't work, I'll put my other sword back on. I don't actually know what this guy's weak to. I wonder if he's also weak to holy. That'd be kind of funny. And I shouldn't have changed my stuff. Oh, he here. Why he here?
Oh,
Why
There's
he
my
here?
minion.
Why here? Why you here?
don't. Oh, you fuck! The double-bladed bastard!
Told you I struggled on this one for a while.
Okay.
No, I'm positive we can do it, but he's a hard boss because he's got these two dudes who are also like mini bosses within themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't involve you, sir.
I wasn't even talking to you!
My God. That was disrespectful.
Simply rude. How dare you?
That was disrespectful.
Simply unacceptable.
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry. Don't look at me.
I had more trouble with the two mimics than the main guy.
Yeah.
The two mimics are rude, and the main guy sucks.
All right, hold
But
on.
that's okay.
I want to look it up. Just because I don't actually know what this guy's weakness is, and I'm just genuinely curious.
Sure.
Frost, blood. That's literally what I'm using. Niall's susceptible to frost, blood loss, cragblade. That's literally what we're using. So we're actually happen to be using the best thing. That's crazy. There's no way.
Just need to.
Right. Does the Alberic robes work? Strengthens swords. I don't think this does, right? Okay, so if I put the rest of the Alberic set on, it should at least give me a little bit more of a boost. And then keep that on for Frost.
Oh, your armor changing.
Yeah. It literally might have been because my I was looking at something on my phone. Yeah, it was probably because I was looking at something on my phone. Okay. Let's try this. Wait for him to go. Okay. Oh, no, he's aggro to us, but we're good. Oh, we're not? Because it just didn't want to do that guy. That's fine. down. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I didn't even think about that when I went to go Google. My bad.
Doing a Google.
Doing a goog.
Nope.
Nope. Good job. There we go.
We're so good at pressing buttons. I'm so proud of us.
Okay. Take this. This. Okay. We gotta get the other guys first.
Yeah.
We can try
Hello,
the bewitching
sir.
branch strap, but it doesn't always work. Where you turn one of them and make them join you.
Ow, 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 ow.
Okay, I stun locked him at least once. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Who's mimic? Your mimic? My mimic? Your mimic? I don't know whose mimic that was. Both of our mimics. I love that. Okay.
Ow, ow, ow. I'm about to be dead.
No, Niall. No, no.
It's not about you.
Okay.
No. Okay. Oh,
I'm
like
dodging that too early, I think. I think that's what's going on with that.
Ow. Okay.
I hate that they nerfed. There it is. Okay. I hate that they nerfed this spell. This spell used to be really, really good.
Oh, no. Don't be in there.
Okay. Ooh. Why is he so aggro to me though? There we go.
Ow.
Oh.
No, that's like the whole fucking rooftop. That was some bullshit right there. Hello, sir. Nope. Okay. Hello, sir.
Oh. How do you dodge the whole arena?
You don't. You don't fucking. You
How do you
don't.
dodge the whole arena?
The whole ding
The
dang
whole
arena. It was the whole fucking roof.
I mean, obviously that was timing, but I didn't expect
Thanks for
that.
checking in. I'm still
Yeah,
a piece
no,
of
that's
garbage.
Hi, Paul.
Still a piece of garbage.
Very
Very
carefully.
carefully.
True.
Easy. Simply
You're
just
not wrong.
jump off
Simply
the
just be
roof.
better.
Just
Simply
absolutely
just
keep yourself-
be better.
Have you tried getting good?
Have you tried just being better?
Maybe just not. Try just not sucking. Maybe I should change my outfit. No, I'm not gonna change my
No,
outfit.
I'm just changing my outfit to increase my my briars of sin, because I feel like
No,
that
you're good.
does decent.
I was like, maybe I should do something to make myself less hurty, but fuck, I'm not changing my clothes for a man.
You know what? I agree. I should put my clothes back on, but I'm not doing it for a man. I'm doing it for me.
You know what? That's good. Yeah. As long as your priorities are right.
Yeah.
Glub, glub, glub.
Yep. Precisely.
Glub. Hello, sir. Just gonna get my runes.
I don't even have any bewitching
We
ranges.
do get runes for murdering these guys.
That is true.
So I have 2,000 runes.
From all of the attempts.
Yeah.
Love
We
that.
don't get a lot of runes, but we get some. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, he dodged my
ow.
unsheath. Oh,
My good bitch.
nice.
Oh, damn, that worked out.
Nice. Okay. Now we just gotta get the other
Okay.
guy. I just feel like, how is he immune to
How did I just die?
him? I think.
I thought I was not looking at my health. I forgot to heal after I cast my mimic.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Whoops! like, I haven't even been hit yet. I got hit by me. Why dress for a man, just be naked? I feel like that wouldn't be effective in this particular case. I just spitballing here, but
This spell hurts me?
yeah, blood spells usually
Not all
do.
of them. But okay. Now that I know. Okay, I know that now, so that's different. I mean, it didn't kill me. He killed me.
Yeah,
but...
we have learned. Learning.
Especially because it's not as good as it used to be, which I'm not sure. Like, is that even worth it? Like, that spell is just not as strong as it used to be. I feel kind of ripped off.
Did it say that you could do ice?
Yeah, I said ice and blood, but like he does ice damage, so that also seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah. Maybe switch back to your ice shit.
Okay. Hi, Key.
Hello.
Sorry, I saw you. All right, but the only thing that boosts it is the hat. The hat is the only thing that boosts it, so I'll just leave the others on for now. Ooh, why is he aggroed? No. Put Grace.
I'm just standing here.
Grace.
No.
Grace.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. You should probably Grace since you health.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Still a piece of garbage.
Okay.
My flasks need to be more stronger.
If they need to be more stronger, we have to find more tears.
Okay.
We are actually not winning.
No, we're doing great.
We're actually not winning.
The first time we fought him, we almost got him.
It's true, which is kind of unfortunate. All right, hold on. Wait. Craft. Can I craft bewitching branches? Do I have stuff for them?
Can I?
I don't have bewitching branch crafting.
Maybe.
Unfortunate.
Does he burn?
I don't think so.
I think maybe I could make more fire pots. We're gonna make a fire pot. We'll see what happens.
Let's make a lightning pot and also see what happens. Because that thing said he was weak to lightning, which I feel like that's silly. He does lightning damage. Why would he be weak to it?
Maybe he does the damage because he's trying to face his fears. His
Oh, it's
therapist
deep.
told
It's
him,
on a deeper level.
Yeah. His therapist was like, "Listen, you're vulnerable and afraid of lightning, so we're gonna try doing lightning damage to see if you can move past this fear that you have."
Oh, wow, that's really deep.
It's called exposure therapy.
God.
That is the correct reaction. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I was
I'm gonna heal
not
this
far
time,
enough.
you guys.
That's not much damage at all. You son of a bitch. That's not much damage at all. Okay, you lied to me.
Don't. Stop it! Okay, you fuck. Don't with your fucking swords,
No! Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm dead.
No. No, say it ain't so.
It is in fact so.
No, I'm also dead.
So maybe not ice?
No,
Did
ice
it
was
lie?
working, but
Okay.
yeah. I just didn't get a lot of opportunities because they were very aggressive. Like,
Yeah, they were being mean.
Niall was like super aggressive before we even got in there, which is unfortunate.
He needs to wait his fucking turn.
He does. He literally needs to wait his turn. It's very rude.
Wieners are smart.
You're a wiener.
You're a wiener.
Ready.
We got this. This is the time.
This is the run.
Yeah.
You know how many times I said that?
No, it's this time. This is the time.
This is the one.
And if it's not, then I was talking about the one afterwards.
Oh no. I almost died. That was so close. Oh my god.
What just happened?
Oh, my heart just sank into my...
The elevator wasn't there. And Pink almost fell to her death.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Pump the brakes indeed. That was so scary. I can't believe I saved it though. Let's be real.
You got it. What's great is that I reacted. Ow, what? Don't! Stop it! Okay.
Okay, that's
dead.
one. Oh no. I just got one guy.
Ugh.
There's two guy.
Hello, DJ.
Hi, DJ. Yeah, sorry. You came in at a very hectic time. That's the one time Jeff... No. The time Jeff died off a mountain was because when I summoned him, for some reason, instead of walking down the road to me, he decided the best path was the straightest path, which was off a mountain.
Happens to everyone. Sometimes you just miss the fact that the elevator isn't there.
No. I need to heal. Please just back up for a second, please, sir.
Kill him.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I believe, Andy. Oh yeah. Did we ever get a what happened with Sonic?
No. Nikki's avoiding the question. Nikki's avoiding the question. Okay, I dodged too early there.
Her lawyer has advised her not to speak on the matter.
Fair. Oh my god. Okay.
Sonic! What happened with Sonic?
Nikki! Yeah, what happened with
From
Sonic?
a whole week ago.
Jeff is very smart. Horace has a mind. No, he does have a mind of his own, and he's the best. But that was a foolish decision.
Yeah. We've been left unbated breath. Gonna spread democracy. Have fun. Murder some bugs. Thanks for the lurk. How do you get your text to be italic?
You do /me in front of it.
Oh, so it's like a whisper.
Yeah, like you know how you do like /raid?
Mm-hmm.
It's you just do /me and it italicizes it.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure it out. I was like, I can't do it. It's not real.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
The limit doesn't exist. Likes pizza. See, Horseman just did it.
We've all learned something this day.
Yeah, I'm here to teach. You made a clippy for me? Thank you, Key.
I made Clippy for you. Well, at least you're getting a refund, I guess. That's still annoying. Oh no, that's a bad idea. I haven't healed! I forgot to heal!
Oh no.
We're good.
Okay, that one's dead. Next one. Get out of here, Niall. This doesn't involve you yet. Wait, your turn.
This is not your time.
Wait your turn.
Yo, yeah. No, no. That's not what
Okay, he's
I
dead.
wanted.
Okay. Whew. Learns new Twitch thing. There you go. Did you guys really not know that? Now I feel like an asshole for being like, yeah, you just do this. Like, it was the easiest thing in the world.
Had no idea.
Yeah. And it used to. They got rid of it because people started complaining about it, but honestly, I think it was just big Twitch streamers who like don't read their chat were getting annoyed with it. It used to make it colored. So it used to make it type whatever color your username is. And
So it does that in like the
on the screen, yeah. That still works on screen.
See, I noticed that. I was like, oh, it's pink.
Yeah. So it used to do it in chat, but like bigger streamers who don't give a shit about their chat used to complain, and they were like, people are doing it to get attention, and people are doing it to do, like, you know, always reading into it the wrong way. I actually have all of my bots italicized because I used to. It was easier for me to just like ignore the message when it came in because I would see it pink. So I would know like that's a bot message. I don't have to read it. And then people started writing in pink because they knew that I was like, my bot's pink, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Nope, nope. Oh, I dodged that. Okay, didn't dodge that. Perfect. That's fine.
Heal a little bit.
Go off, my guy. Please, I'm begging you to just stop. Nice, 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 nice.
Oh,
I'm going for it, I'm going for it.
Yeah, good job, good job. I forgot to get my runes, but that's okay. It was only like 5,000.
You were alive until the last hit. That totally counts.
It totally counts. It totally counts.
That totally counts. I did get my badge key. I did. I'm excited.
Your long hair Velcro cut
I did, yeah.
Like it isn't 82 degrees. Oof. That is too hot. Too hot.
Okay.
Okay, let me warp to you. I
hate that boss so much. There's one more boss that we might get to tonight that I absolutely hate.
I'm convinced that it still counts.
It does still count. You did so good. What you mean?
I did a lot of damage.
You did. You really did. I'm being totally serious. That totally counts. What you mean? I'm gonna put some shoes on actually. Look at my. There we go.
Scared.
Looks better.
You'll turn the air on tonight. It doesn't have to work too hard. Yeah. Did amazing. Maybe it's those spicy books you're reading and not the
Neil
temperature of the
Armstrong.
house.
Commander Neil Armstrong.
Hello.
Then we go over here.
Listen. Sometimes, it do be like that. Button.
Key, thank you for doing your daily duty and collecting your daily duty.
Daily duty, daily duty.
It do be like that sometimes. All right, all that for this.
A medallion left.
Blessies?
Wait,
No, Blessies is for
medallion,
every
right?
day. A medallion. Yeah.
We have the right side of the medallion, and now we have the left side of the
I know, and now we can go to where the medallion takes us.
medallion.
I mean, we can technically leave here. We're done in here.
Sometimes I gotta put the book down and take a walk. I mean, listen. Things happen.
Go. Let's go to
The mall today. Today. While you... Do you mean nom the eggs?
I think he does mean dom the eggs.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I think he does. Okay, so this
Okay.
goes here. Okay, so this goes here to here to here to here. And then we must go up that way. Okay, so let's go this way. Snow Valley Ruins Overlook.
Stowe Valley.
I have to beat them. Yes. Whip them. Are you whipping them? Are you having some scrambled eggs?
Okay, like, okay. Get scrambled.
Get scrambled.
This is not what I selected. I mean, clearly it is what I selected, but it's not what I meant to select.
Okay. Oh my god. Andy, you silly.
Is this right? Am I in the right place? I don't know.
Did you go to the Overlook?
Yeah. Oh, there
Yeah,
you are.
I'm right here. I just went a little bit further, not much.
I didn't at first. I went to the wrong place because I'm a dumb.
Oh, you are not dumb. You just don't know.
I'm so stupid.
You just don't know any better.
I'm so stupid. Oh no, something bad happened here.
Yeah, something bad happens pretty much
Something
everywhere.
bad happening on this mountain. You're wearing your Silly Billy shirt? Hell yeah. Silly Billy Emporium. Where if you're a Silly Billy who Billy Sillies, then the Silly Billy Emporium is the Emporium for you. I need to play that game again.
Is there a grace nearby?
It's required. I'd say you'd have eggs you could scrabble, but you don't have any. I am a concern.
Oh, I get it.
Uh-huh.
I get it.
I am a concern.
In this economy?
This economy? Oh, you
Listen,
meant
I can't
eggs.
relate. I have 7 chickens.
Chickums. Oh, Rune! What's snowing?
My boss. That's why I was trying to find a grace. Yeah, I fucking... Yeah, I know. Where are you?
Where are you?
Oh, I found you.
And I'm so
I'd so prefer you didn't. I have a freezing weapon against a freezing dragon.
Ow.
Can you bleed?
Oh.
Do you bleed? You will.
Oh, I have fire pots.
I'm deceased.
Hello, sir.
Sorry.
A bruddig. A bruddig. Ow. Oh, I
No,
fell down.
I don't think it was one hit.
That's...
You are
Whoops.
not close enough.
No, I was trying to heal and still had the pot selected. So, that was an attempt to heal. And
yeah,
instead
that was
I just
fun. That was a fun attempt. That was just a silly little practice.
it didn't count.
Just
No,
being
never stop.
silly little gooses.
No, don't stop. No, don't stop.
Guys,
You have to read the book that I recommended you, Andy.
this is a good Christian Minecraft server. Come on. Wait, what if I change my Uchigatana to fire? Nikki!
Fire!
Poor Nikki is just like, what? Like every time she's like, I don't know what you want. I have no fire affinity? No way. What? Where did, what? Sorry, you guys might hear the noise again.
do that? Do I do that at the Grace?
Yeah.
Mm.
The Red Hot Wet Blade. Okay, where is that? When the Radon Festival is inactive, travel to the chamber outside the plaza side of Grace. Once there, head out to the 3 flamethrower enemies and take a right. Blast them towards the tower. Find a wet blade on the floor and soldiers nearby. Interesting. Interesting. So technically, it's back someplace that we've already beaten. All right, let's see.
How do you do that?
Ashes of War.
Oh, of War.
Ashes of War. Championing freedom's global campaign fights for human rights. What's its name? Amnesty International. There you go. Don't ever doubt yourself there.
Oh yeah,
Dave.
I don't get the trivia question. Doesn't come through in the shared chat, so I just see the attempt of answering.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I feel like it did the first couple of times we played.
I thought so too. Alright, I don't know what this guy's weak to, so I guess I'll just put my
Actually,
Great Darkmoon Greatsword back on.
I'm gonna craft more of these.
Okay, Key.
Gonna make 2. Did I actually make them? I don't know if I did. Nope, I didn't actually make them.
I
Okay.
feel like there's gotta be a Grace over here. Somewhere.
Somewhere out there must be a place. That's where we will respawn when we're murdered by the dragon today. That is correct also, Andy. A burrito sustains me. It's filled with green chili.
I want a burrito.
I love burrito.
Alright, Dargon, where are you?
Dragoon.
What if we just go straight? And just don't fight it. Is there a Grace past him? I'm just gonna go this way, and I'm just not gonna stop. Just go this way.
Okay.
Maybe there'll be a Grace past him.
Oh no, I'm scared. Hello, sir. Oh god. He is coming for me. Ah!
Okay, I have reached the other side.
Go straight and don't fight it. Not since 2015. Ayo.
Yeah, can we just like go straight, please?
Oh my god. Whee! I'm gonna rest.
Amazing. Okay, also there's a thing.
I don't do anything straight. I mean,
Flasks. Increase amount and charged by flasks.
wait, there's a tailor?
What if, like, I ordered a burrito?
Do it. Get a burrito.
What if I just, like, ordered a silly little burrito? You know?
Oh my god, get a little burrito. Oh my god. We've been talking about burritos. I don't know what I'm interested in. I'm interested. We were talking
Key,
about...
I don't have an answer for you. We literally were just talking about that. It must filter out bots now somehow.
We were talking about cabbage rolls and egg rolls and burritos.
No, it's okay. I have 2 PCs. I've got multiple screens. I'm good. I just want a burrito. I just want a burrito. All right, now. Oh, there's a map here.
Here?
Yeah, where Juan is.
There's a map? Wait,
A map. Oh, that's where we need to
Wait,
be. Okay.
Increase amount. Yes, please.
Oh yeah, do your flaskies while I get a burrito.
Where are you getting your burrito from?
Oh no, I don't know if I can do it. I have 3 minutes to fucking...
Go! Do it! Do it!
I know,
Do
I'm
it! Go!
trying.
Go! Go! Order a burrito!
I'm trying.
I believe in you. Burrito! Burrito!
Burrito.
Select the correct options.
I know, I'm trying to be really fast, and I'm like, how do I do this without fucking it up? Hopefully I'm okay.
Yes, guacamole. It's filled with green chili. Hi, driver. What up?
Okay, it is ordered, I
Like-
think. I think I didn't fuck it up.
Hell yeah. Is this the same?
If anything, it might come with tomatoes, and I'll just have to take them off.
The same fucking Disney Castle. Are they just... Yeah, they're just re-releasing the same fucking Disney Castle set. Sorry, I got distracted.
Legos.
Yeah.
No tomatoes. I hate tomatoes. I can... Oh god, that is so gross, driver. Ugh.
I also eat them like
Oh my,
apples.
stop. Oh my god. Why? They're so goopy on the inside.
I love tomatoes. I feel like... Wasn't I talking on a stream very recently about tomato soup?
Oof. Garlic salt. The cherry ones. Oof. Guys, stop. Oh, that's so gross. That's so gnarly. You know what my mom does? Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. My mom cuts them into slices, and she puts mayo and salt and pepper on them.
Ooh, yum. I don't know about the mayo, but certainly the salt and pepper. When I was a kid, I would just like I would cut out the core and I would put some ranch dressing inside of it and then eat it like a
You guys
like
are
an apple.
disgusting people. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Disgusting people. Disgusting human beings. They're so goopy, and for what? Why? Why is the inside so? Explain it to me. Why? Who decided to do that?
Whee!
The
I need my
insides are
room.
so goopy.
Where did you go?
I just touched a glaze.
That didn't answer my question.
Oh, you're going north. I went south.
Oh, I was gonna get my runes real quick.
Yeah, go get your runes. Go do that.
Are we not fighting this dragon?
Oh, you want to go back to the dragon? Yeah, we can do that.
I don't know. I was
Yeah,
just
no,
asking.
we can go back for the dragon.
We don't have to if you don't want to. I was just curious.
Fight the dragon.
What?
I hate him.
Is that a fucking lobster?
Yep.
Ah. I got frightened.
Fight this dog.
Okay, we're good. I escaped. Ah! Oh, there's another lobster.
Well, maybe I'm not gonna fight this dog. Cause I'm dead.
Oh no. Ow, ow, ow. Why is my bow selected? Okay. Well, that went well. It's like I'm also gonna fight a dog, and then I'm like, why am I not being hurt? Or why am I being hurt? Why am I not being effective at hurt? I don't know. Fuck it.
Why am I not doing the hurting?
Yeah.
We are surrounded by psychopaths. That's disgusting. You guys are all disgusting.
Except this.
Tried to run again like in Night Rain. Just want you all to know.
Doing great.
I've been on a roll and then suddenly no longer. And then suddenly I'm a fucking idiot.
Ow.
Come here.
Ow, ow, ow.
Wait, no, get you. No, get you. Stop.
No,
Why'd you
I don't like the
disappear?
lobster. I don't
was
like the
shitting.
lobster!
Why did you do that to me?
I don't like it.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Okay, okay. Ow. I just backed up into another lobster!
Oh god. I can't even like go to where she is to help her because I can't fast travel. Alright, I'm coming the long way, I guess.
No.
Going the long way.
No. Okay.
Oh, I think you're right here. I think you're right here. Are you
I
dead?
was.
Oh, you're dead.
And then I perished.
Okay, so just go to
I did my runes.
White Bridge. Oh yeah. Do you have a lot of runes?
I've got like 20. It's not a lot of runes. It's an inconvenient amount of
I got
runes.
it. I got it. I
have
understand.
certainly lost more. I'll just run in and grab them and then come back out.
Yeah, do that.
I was not prepared for murderous lobsters.
Oh, are you doing the spell that I do? That's crazy.
You're crazy.
That's crazy.
Hello, lobsters. Goodbye, lobsters. 82 is your limit. I die at like 70. Like, I turn on the evaporative cooler once it gets to like 68. I'm like, I can't handle this. But I also don't have central air, so it's not quite. It doesn't use as
Yeah,
much.
I don't have central air either. It sucks.
The evaporative cooler does a decent job. Who's this? Oh, you
come
are
on, that was
all the way
very
over
nice.
there. Okay.
Oh no. I was charging my sword.
You just live in a place where you don't need air conditioning? Sure, Ferret. Just rub it in, why don't ya?
Oh. He fell.
Oh.
Oh, he's alive though? He is? Don't do it. I see you doing it.
Hey, Ferret. You know that giant tree? Yeah. The big one? Yeah. Certainly. I wasn't selected. You should set it on fire. Right now, it's really far away. I don't think I can. I don't think I can reach it.
Heal.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
you have a sweatshirt on? 60 is shorts weather. 60 is perfect. Oh no.
Shit.
Ow. Don't burn me. That's not nice.
Bro, he needs one more hit. Oh my gosh, and now there's another man behind me. Now there's 2 mans behind me, and I need to heal and I need magic. Okay, there we go. There we go.
There's 3 men! 3 men! This is not where we start the stream at.
No. No. We started the stream way over here. We started the stream over here.
Quite far.
Quite far. Quite.
Quite far.
Quite. It's just the mountain and snow and it all looks the same. I thought it was in the snow. Yeah, we're the whole thing is the snow.
We're in the same area.
We're in the mountains still. We'll be in the mountains probably for a little bit. He's big.
Okay, could you not with
He's
this
big.
bullshit? Thank you. I don't know what nonsense you just did. I didn't like it. Oh, the guy that fell off the cliff is back.
Yeah, he didn't die. He just fell. It was funny.
Now he's dead.
Oh, good.
I cleaned up. They're all dead now. Get murdered.
Ooh, I bet you we're not supposed to do this, but oh well.
Where are you?
I'm in this castle, but I went the back door.
Did you ask first?
No. Oh, it connects to the front. That's not really that sneaky, I guess.
Well, that's also just not accurate.
I guess that's just not that sneaky. Yeah, there are technically 2 snow areas in the game. This one is required for progression of the main story, but the other one is not.
I feel like this is not the right way. I feel like this is going to lead to my adventure.
Okay, holy shit.
Ooh,
Not fucking necessary. Thank you for dying, though. Holy.
there. I can. I'm amazing. I got rooms. I didn't need to go that way.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
You missed the murder.
Hey, Miss Murder, can
Oh my god, I love Annie. Take
my life.
Oh. Yo, I love AFI. I don't think you guys understand. Top faves.
You died to rats!
I did.
Who are you, me?
I told you. It happens.
You did. You did told me.
I did said I can't help it.
Sometimes the rats do be like that.
That's true.
Take my... How do I get up there? Whoa! Hello?
Hello.
This way? A ladder! Oh god! Oh no, you've got a red name. Ow, ow, ow. Stop stabbing me. Don't you roll out of the way, you whore.
No, don't.
That's my job. Why was their name red?
Because they were red, stronky men. is that one of the Disturbed songs? Do you mean System of a Down? Clearly you mean System of a Down.
Disturbed is oh wow.
Do you know this? Do you know the history of the System of a Down joke in my stream? I was having streamer brain one time, and I was like talking about like let the bodies hit the and I was like, oh my gosh, who sings that? Like that's System of a Down, right? And my whole stream was like, no, you fucking idiot, that is not System of a Down. And I was like, no, it is System of a Down. System of a Down actually writes every song. You guys just didn't know that.
Surprise!
You guys just didn't know every band is actually System of a Down. Like that's kind of embarrassing for you. Sorry.
So embarrassing. Oh my god.
Sorry, that's kind of embarrassing for you.
Duh.
So now every band who ever makes music ever is System of a Down.
Sure. Good try. I helped.
No, it's System of a Down. I just told you. Silly goose.
Why do you hate me?
A club got shut down for playing that. Why?
That's silly.
My burrito is here.
Burrito?
Mm-hmm.
A burrito.
Well, the
Your
only
favorite
one,
band?
but still your favorite. Yeah, it's true. It's the only one. It's the only one
This
that
is what they're
exists.
saying
All right,
on the
while
big
we're safe, I'm gonna go
screen.
grab my burrito.
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 So it wasn't the
Naruto.
song, it was the visuals. A giant's prayer book. A book of prayers. Are these guys dead? I think they're dead. Should I stab them just to be sure? Oh, yeah, that's not great. That's certainly uncouth, one might say. I would imagine so. I would imagine that people would be rather not happy with that decision. They couldn't find any other video, right? No. No choice. This is it. This is the only thing. Yeah, that's all with the Welcome back. What kind of burrito did you get?
So Gigi asked what kind of burrito I got, and I wanted to answer on stream because it's silly. It's called a wet burrito.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like a bean and cheese and rice burrito, and then it's covered again with cheese and sour cream.
Oh, hell yeah. That sounds delicious.
A wet burrito.
Wet burrito.
A wet burrito.
Am I not having a snack? I don't.
Do you not eat on stream?
I don't eat on stream.
Yeah, you're one of those. I don't care. I'm a human being and I'm fucking hungry, so deal with it.
No, that's fair. You're a snack now. I'm a snack to gravity, apparently.
Did you fall while I was unpacking my food?
Yeah, that's why I screamed.
Oh my god.
So give me a second.
I actually traveled away because we have to go a different direction now. But you can go get your runes.
That?
I'll just wait. I'll wait. Everything should still be dead. We haven't touched anything.
Yeah. I was just jumping around and then I accidentally slid off.
Let the bodies hit the floor. It's such a good
Oh
system
no,
of down song.
they're all here.
Hmm.
I was gonna run.
Run for it.
Ah!
It's a beautiful song, Gigi.
Ah! Thank you. Dog. No, no, don't. I just want my runes.
Feed the tree.
Ah!
Wet burritos.
Ah!
But I want the wet burrito. For me.
I would also. That sounds delicious, and I kind of want one. But I don't live where you are.
Also true. I feel like a wet burrito is a common thing.
Okay.
You might have it and you don't realize.
I fell down.
Again? Did you
But
die?
I didn't
or
die.
Did you just fall? Okay,
I
good.
did not die. I just fell.
Well, that's good. What's Raining Men is the other perspective of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. But you know, that's also a really good System of a Down song. It's really cool that they made the song from two perspectives.
Oh my god, that would be an amazing band name. Wet Burrito!
The wet burritos.
I'm gonna murder this man. You can't see me, I'm hiding behind a table. I'm so sneaky.
I don't have enough room.
Why
Guys,
did
I
you
need
break those
another desk next to my desk for eating.
For burritos.
For burritos.
Oh, he sees me!
Oh no. I'll help you in a minute. Hold on. Let me eat my wet burrito.
No. I'm just gonna run.
1, nothing wrong with me. 2, succumb to gravity.
Gravity. Nothing's stopping me. Ah!
I'm not even over there, guy.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
You aggroed this guy onto me while I'm over here somehow.
Oh, that's weird.
I know.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's heavy.
No, no, don't kill me. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I've got runes. No, don't kill me. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay.
I'm coming
listen.
to help.
It's just dogs. Ow, but they're hurting me. Oh god, I am about to perish. I'm about to simply perish. Okay, okay. Don't. Okay. Run.
I'm coming. Oh no, you didn't get your runes, did you?
No.
I was like right here.
He got me. He like bit me off of the ladder. That was really stupid.
Yeah,
But
I
I've
do have
got-
to say, running is always an option, but sometimes running is not the best option. Sorry if that's racist. A Mexican wrestle. Ooh. I mean, inherently it could have been, but I know you didn't mean it that way.
Oh, you're kicking me. You're kicking me off the ladder.
I'm
oh
trying.
my god.
I'm fighting him right now.
Okay. It's like the what the fuck? I hate this place. This castle is against me.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna try.
Well, your runes
At
are
least
gone,
I'll
except
get
for-
my-
Yeah, your little
I-
runes.
I'll get my 4,000 runes back. That was dumb. I'm upset. Those dogs are jerks.
They really are.
I don't like them. You're still alive! Oh no. Fuck you. You killed me before. Now you're dead. Don't worry, I now have 12,000 runes. Okay, where are we going now?
We need to go, basically, I guess, around this castle.
Okay. Should I have a map for this area?
Not yet. We're about to go get it. That's where we're going.
Oh, okay.
That is where we are headed. That is our heading, some might even say.
What?
Our heading, like a pirate.
What? Okay, I'm coming back to you. Are you in? Oh, I can't go that way. This way. I would work for 500 roots, and I would walk for 500 more. Where'd you go?
To the Grace? Because we have to keep going.
Oh, did you?
I went to the Grace. They got that entrance to this castle? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't need to go in the castle. The castle's off the road.
Gotcha. Oh, I just got booted. Okay, hold on.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me use mine too.
Like the whole game crashed.
Oh, the whole game crashed. Love that.
Yeah. Hello?
I mean, that soccer team name is outrageous.
Go sweat yourself to sleep because you started to feel, oh, it's okay. I hope you feel better. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah,
Have
feel
a good
better,
night.
hamster. Take good eat
God.
these. Envoy!
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh,
Hello, raiders. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, I'm eating my burrito. Welcome in. How is Claire Obscure? Where are you? Without spoiling for anybody, where are you? Welcome in, guys. $21 months. That's crazy.
So many months.
You burrito eating legend. Oh, thank you guys. How is my burrito? Is fantastic. I was actually telling chat I have what's called a wet burrito. So yeah, it's delicious. Welcome in, raiders. GG, I'll be back in just a moment. Hi everybody. Just trying to find stuff I missed during the first playthrough. Nice. I am currently playing Seamless Co-op Elden Ring with my good friend Giant Geyser, aka GG. This is her first time. I, as I'm sure most of you know, have like a bajillion hours in this game. I used to play with Envoy, and I have become what's basically an Elden Ring shaman for my friends. A lot of them were like, I want to be able to say that I've done it too. Like, can you teach me? So I'm teaching Gigi, I'm teaching my friend Key, I'm teaching a bunch of people how to play Elden Ring. But anyway, welcome in. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want, which includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. If you've never been here before, I have a little raid video that I like to show, just to kind of show off the community what to expect, you know, what goes on here and all that jazz. I hope you enjoy, and I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oh my god, and I died.
Oopsies.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No!
Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster!
I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life.
Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Okay, have fun, bye!
It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners.
You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I totally shoved my face full of burrito while that raid video was playing. So I got some good damage done on my burrito. And I think we're ready to go. Let's go back and get Gigi. Hello, I'm
I
back.
just want to get my wounds back. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay.
So I got bored, so I murdered some people.
No, you're
but
good.
We're back.
We are going to progress.
Progression.
Mhm. So we go this way, and then I guess we just don't go in the castle. So we just go, excuse me, sorry, goodbye.
Pardon.
Pardon?
Pardon. Pardonnez-moi.
Just be like, excuse me, coming through.
Excuse me, pardon me.
And then your favorite.
Oh no. Oh no.
Just keep going straight.
Oh, no.
Just don't move. Just go
Oh
straight.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
Just don't breathe. Don't blink. Yay. See? Perfect.
I'm so good at not falling off of things.
Wait, isn't this where what's-his-face is supposed to be?
Hoomst.
The guy that I want to get your weapon from?
Oh. My weapon?
Yeah. Hold on. Do I have to Google again?
Google. Just a little goog.
Just a little goog. Hold on.
Oh, Googarino. Pardon me. Goodness.
Where'd you find? Oh, no. Okay, we have to go a little bit further. He's up here. The church. I thought he was... Okay. Is there a reason why my... No? It's weird. Yeah, Church of Repose. Okay, so he's over here. So we're almost there. Wait, what number is that now? 1. Juan.
One.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay.
Ready.
Ready.
Gonna
Been a while since
go.
you've seen that? Yeah, I feel like it's been a little bit since we've gotten a raid, which is kind of funny, but I feel like that happens from time to time.
Yeah. On.
Ah, a hand.
Ah.
Didn't you play it last night? Oh yeah, I did after Leanne raided. It's true. But it doesn't mean it still stands. What I said still stands. We don't get as many as we used to. All right. If we did it right, there should be an invader in here.
Intruder.
Invader, which doesn't seem like it because it's letting... No, invaded by Bloody Finger Okina. Okay, cool. We have to kill him for your weapon.
Okay.
Murder.
Excuse me, I want your weapon.
Can't dodge everything, buddy. Eventually your dodgy's gotta run out.
Oh, you're not dead.
Now he is.
Nice.
Alright, there's your new weapon.
Gibby. Ooh, I'm gonna need to
Hopefully you can use it right away.
Up.
Hopefully you can use it right away.
I sure can. I need to level it up though.
Mm-hmm. But use the weapon art.
Huh?
Use the weapon art, the magic thing. So put your bow away.
What?
Your Ash of War.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah. I think it keeps going. Hi, Rain. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
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 So that's a somber. So hopefully you have. Do you have any somber stones? Do you know?
I should. Ooh, flasks. Wait, did I not already do this? Whatever. Go back to the round table?
Yep. Well, I don't have any somber ones, but I think we have I think we have the bell bearing.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my sword so much better.
Yeah, that one's gonna be fun. So we can buy somber 1, 2, 5, and 6 apparently. So we haven't gotten the second bell bearing. I feel like I don't want to keep looking stuff up, but
You need one. I don't have any ones.
you're in schedule hell with getting your kid's tooth fixed. That sucks. Tooth pain's the worst.
Wait, where are they?
Here.
I thought this is where they were, but I just didn't go into the room.
Mm-hmm. Womp womp.
Purchase? I don't remember how many I need.
Usually 1 or 2 per level. She's not in pain. That's good. That's good. Glad
Got
she's
a
not in
bunch of
pain.
level 2s, so let's see if
You bought a bunch. I think it's
I
2
have
per
a bunch
level.
of level 2s. So I bought 2 level 1s. Gonna make my sword real strong.
And then I guess we can take a little side quest and see where the other somber bell bearing is.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't have any 9s.
Oh yeah, no, 9s are gonna start popping up more because we're getting further in the game.
Yay.
So you're at plus what? Plus 8?
Yes.
That's not bad.
I believe. Check. Yes, plus 8.
That's not bad at all. Okay, because somber can only get to plus 10.
Nice.
Okay. That sucks, Wolfie, but yeah. Good thing she's not in pain. Tooth pain is like super unfortunate. Thank you for the
And
follow.
It's like impossible to ignore.
Yeah. And it like hurts like your head on your face and like everything. All right, back to Church of Repose.
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 There it is.
how much do I need for my next level? I need 80 and I'm at 52.
I have 15.
I just... I wish there was some sort of bank.
What do you mean?
Like, I could just deposit runes and pick them up later.
Yeah.
Alright,
Right, 'cause I need 70 something to level
Alright,
up.
chat. Unfortunately, it's fucking time and I'm not happy about it.
Go fight your very favorite.
Yep, it's time. It's time, chat. I can't avoid it any longer.
There's so many hands.
Yeah, we're just jumping though. Ignore them. Why did you make me go on the rock? Silly.
Because there's a thing up there. I want it. No.
Oh, is there a somber
Let
stone
me
up there?
have it. I don't know. Ash of War, Trolls War. Trolls
Well, that's
War.
stupid. I don't want that.
Oh. That was too far. Whoops.
Okay. Somehow I made it.
If I fell down.
That's the
Like,
secret to beating Fire Giant? No. Alas, it is not.
I'll be right back. I fell down and then I died.
Oh no. Oh, maybe I'll get the runes from these guys fighting each other.
Resummon seed by consuming one charge of the flask of why?
Because your horse died from falling.
Oh. God damn it. Get it together, horse.
Who is that guy fighting?
Jump. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's where my runes are. God damn
Oh,
it.
me.
Hold
Apparently you're fighting me. I'd so much rather you didn't.
It put my runes on top of the rock, so I have to go up here. How do I get down? Oh, this way. Oh.
Wait, I can see him from here. Where's the the Grace is further up. That's right. That's right.
That was too far too?
Wait, there it is.
Oh
There it is,
my
there it is,
god.
there it is.
You have got to be kidding me. I died again.
Oh no. It's okay. I'm about to touch a Grace that might be closer for you to go back
I still
to.
need to get my runes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think this is closer to go back to. Okay. So there's that one. See if that's closer to go back to wherever you were. Oh,
I
no,
mean,
not
it's
really. Okay, okay.
Where are my runes? Are they up top again? Oh no, they're down here. Okay, great. How do I get down without dying?
There is a little ledge that you can jump on. I don't know how you're not catching it. But there, yeah, there's a ledge there.
Go this way.
Wait, he was here. I saw him here. Oh, he is there. He spawns in when you get a little closer. He's just chilling there, waiting, menacingly. Menacingly.
This is probably still too far.
What if I had a bow, like a bow that had like infinite range?
It's gonna be bad. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. I made it. I did it. I managed to get off of the rock. Grace, how are you?
Wait, how do
What are you
I?
looking at?
The fire giant over here. I don't have any great arrows. You don't see him? He didn't spawn in for you?
Do I see him?
Oh, I don't have any great arrows. I can't use that. That sucks. There goes my plan to at least try.
Oh, I think I see him. He said hiding behind some trees.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's why. So I do have great arrows. I don't know. I'm just this is just curious. I don't even think I can hit him, but let's
You're good.
see. Call it morbid curiosity. Nope, I can't even reach. All right, and let's try the great bow.
Elden Ring, she wants her sexy back and you can't keep it forever. She wants her sexy back. Yo.
Wait, what? How? Oh, I didn't put them on. Okay.
Yo. Oh? No.
Nope. That one actually crossed the gap that time, but nope, not far enough. All right, well, that's the next boss, and I hate everything about him, so let's go.
Okay.
I hate him
Sure.
so much.
Maybe it'll be better with me. Probably.
Oh yeah, no, it's miles better co-op, but I still hate him very much. You know who I saw today? Everyone I looked at. Teehee. I'm stuck under his booty.
This guy.
Yeah, he's kind of the worst.
Do I have to be up close?
Yeah, you have to break. There's like a shackle on his foot you're gonna have to break.
No, I meant for this thing.
Oh. Oh, for your ultimate? Yeah, it's a little bit closer. I mean, it still has some range, but not quite as much, but it's so much stronger. Yeah, we're at this guy. Okay, there's the break. That's good. Yeah, I saw that coming and I couldn't move fast enough.
He rolled away.
Yeah, he does that, and then he starts throwing tracking fireballs.
That's okay, Grace. Focus on driving, please. Ow, what? Why is it only focusing on that foot? I want it to focus on the lead. Get fucked. Uh-oh. Ow.
Okay, he's in second phase now.
Hello.
His weak spot is gonna be his chest ball.
Sure.
Oh,
You
this
okay,
guy,
buddy?
yeah. I love how my chat has literally been like, oh, we remember seeing this for several hours. Excuse me.
Oh no, him's leg. Well, that's a little fucked.
That's not the right way to cauterize
Sure.
it.
No. You cauterize the bit that's remaining, not the part that you tore off.
Several hours and multiple streams. Yep.
Bleh. I don't like it. Hello.
Let me get your eye. Your eye.
Oh, I am dead.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know about me.
Yeah.
Sure.
I hate Fire Giant.
Oh, he's got some splody bits. That's fun.
I can phase 1 Fire Giant pretty consistently almost every time. Phase 2 comes around and fuck everything goes out the window.
I believe.
We should target his eye. Nope, don't roll on me.
You got this.
Oh, come on. I rolled. Damn it. I fucking rolled there.
He smacked. Agnes, no!
Oh, and this is the bane of my existence.
Hi, Ferret. Yes. Your ear hurts? I'm sorry. It's gonna hurt for a while.
Is it all the screaming?
No, it's from being stabbed.
Is it all the screaming?
No, we got stabbed.
Stab.
Stabbed.
How come they stab you?
I
You
am
tell
not
them no.
Wait, I wasn't there. I need to fast travel to
Oh,
the act
okay.
race.
Oh shit, here we go again. Yep.
Oh shit! It's fine. We got it.
Love how confident Gigi is.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We got it. Nothing to worry about. Do you think my fire pots would work?
On Fire Giant? No, I don't.
Uh-huh.
No,
Why
I
not?
don't.
Oh.
Sorry.
Interesting
Sorry.
that you did that.
You should try set the. I think she should set the tree on fire after we kill Fire Giant. It seems like a good celebratory thing, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I agree. I think we should set it on fire after. That sounds like a good plan.
Did not touch me with his foot. Oh, ouchie.
Oh, come here.
Don't go sledding. Ouchie. Oh, no, I'm dead.
Oh.
He got me with his dumb shield.
Yeah, he do that.
Yeah.
His shield do be dumb.
He whacked and stabbed. So now I'm just watching.
Yeah, does it look like I've done this 900 times and memorized his fucking patterns? No, right? Of course it doesn't look like that.
Now you got it. Sir, there's something wrong with your leg.
Oh shit, too early.
Oh no.
No,
Oh,
I can't
no.
even get up.
That's what happened to me. And then I died. I think I liked the other ultimate attack better.
You can probably put that. Oh no, you can't change the Ash of War. I mean, you can use the other one. I just the stats on Rivers of Blood are better because it also does fire damage.
Well, that doesn't help in this case.
Yeah. but in every other case it will.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the fire giant looms large. Yep.
He loom.
He loomin'. He does the big loomies.
So this one you can't change the Ash of War on it?
Yeah, somber weapons, you can't change the Ash of War.
Interesting.
Because they're special. The Ash of War is part of the special.
Oh, learning.
Yeah. Special.
So special.
So special. Oh, he's standing on my runes. That's very kind of you, sir.
Oh yeah, I don't think I got my runes last time.
Oh my god. Oh, I had no stamina. Okay. I was like, why didn't Torrent jump? But I had no stamina.
Got him.
That. Take that. Do that. Oh, that's nice while I was in the animation. Cool.
Well, you knocked over a tree, sir.
Buddy, my buddy, my buddy.
Oh, ouchie.
That's such bullshit. I exploded on my mimic, not me.
Hello?
Okay, come on.
Oh, nope. Dang it. Okay, well, I'm dead again.
Okay.
I did my best.
Yeah. Like I said. I hate this guy.
He just fucking whacked me with his shield.
I still fight him 1,500 times because he's required to beat the game. If he wasn't required, I wouldn't be fighting this dude.
We got it.
Oh, come on.
It's okay. We got it.
Just getting flashbacks to like 2 years ago when I started playing this, or a year and a half, I guess. When I don't even remember when was my first playthrough of Elden Ring? It was like a year after the game came out. So what, 2 years ago? I don't even know.
Just win, duh.
I don't even know.
My bad, my bad, my bad. You're right, you're right. What was I thinking? Once again, the first time we did it was the best time so
It's
far.
always the best time, and it's just crazy.
Whee!
So, we also have people who know the game will be able to answer this question. We also have the option to not burn the tree and go to the other tree before we burn the tree.
Oh, I didn't know you could actually burn the tree. I thought Fair was just fucking around.
Barrett is not fucking around today.
I will always assume general fuckery.
Oh, Pixel's fit. See, everyone knows this. Like it's some joke. It's some tee-hee ha-ha joke. So funny.
Okay.
Oh, So you are
shield.
deceased.
I am, in fact, deceased. I have simply perished. Subnautica is getting released for phone. How is that gonna work?
What?
How
Pink's
would
longest
one
relationship
even...
in years? I mean, like, do friendships count? Because those
Yes,
also
of
don't
course.
last.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my sword's not charged. The only thing I hate about like super large bosses is like because the arena is so big, you like move slower, but it's not that you're moving slower, it's because they have to like size up the arena to fit the boss into it.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch weapons because I'm not as familiar with it.
You're good. You're totally fine. I thought you might like it. I thought you might
I
like
do-
it.
well,
I'm sorry.
I do like
I'm
like
sorry.
I do like it. I just need more practice with it before I
No,
fight
you're
a
fine.
boss.
I'm teasing. I'm kidding.
Kidding.
I'm kidding.
Once we kill him,
Once we kill him, that's
Yeah.
awfully assumptive of you.
We're gonna kill him. It's gonna be fine. I believe. How is this plus 20? Oh, because it's not somber.
I believe the other day you were informing me about the naming conventions and how Fire Giant is an exception to the rules. What do you mean naming conventions?
Oh yeah, because everything was George R. R. Martin.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. The G, the R, and the M. Yeah. But I mean, it's giant. Fire Giant, maybe.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But I mean, I wonder if Fire Giant has a name and it's like something in like their giant language or whatever. Because I'm sure his mother didn't name him Fire Giant.
Maybe she did.
Maybe she did. You're right. I shouldn't assume. You're right. I'm sorry.
Maybe his mother was just having a real rough time with delivery.
Okay, I need to get the timing back for that. Apparently I've lost that timing and I don't remember what it is. Oh. Okay, I'm dead. It's all up to you now.
Okay, I got it. Don't worry, guys. Ooh, I dodged one thing. Don't worry.
She's got her bow. Don't worry, she's gonna help.
Oh, shit. Thank you. I didn't even realize. We're doing great. Excuse me, sir. I would like to murder you. Get wrecked.
Too elemental to have been named in the first place. I mean, yeah. Like, they're like, we have a giant who's made of fire and who throws fire. What should we name him? And they're like, how about Fire Giant?
It probably, maybe, like, it translates. Maybe his name just means fire giant in another
That's what I'm
language.
saying. Like, we don't know what their language is. Like, they probably don't speak the common tum. Tum.
Common
they don't
tum.
speak the common tum.
Tum, ta-tum, tum, tum.
God damn it. God damn it. Why am I like this?
For the lulz.
Death by Fire Guy 3. Yep.
Is it 3 or is it 4?
I don't know. 3 or 4. I think that's actually 4. I think the first one we did good. And then there was 2 where Gigi died. And then there was the one that I died. So that's 4. Yeah. Hold on. Now my blanky's all messed up.
Oh no. Did somebody call you? Why? Because we said dumb?
Because we said dummy, yeah.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. So silly.
Just kidding. I don't mean it. None of these count. They've all been practiced. You're right. You're so right.
I'm not shrimping. I'm not doing it. Oh no. Yep. Yep. That's unfortunate. Let's get my 0 wins.
Thought I had dodged it.
I fucking hit the dodge button. Some of these ones, I swear, I'm actually dodging on some of these.
How dare you roll away from me? From me?
Really? Really? So you just shot it at an angle that time? That's cool, I guess.
I don't like that one bit. Why am I not locking on?
I'm not charged. Put it on fire! Yep, I saw it too late.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was on me. I saw that too late.
No step on me! No step on Snake!
No step on Snake! Fire. Fire.
Yep, I'm ready to go. Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me, I'm a baby!
That's the one that he launches, yep.
Why did you unlock? So you know.
Because it's out of your line of sight.
Ah, tits. Little fire. Okay, apparently that was not good enough for me to run away from. I was doing good until all of a sudden I wasn't anymore.
Until you weren't. I know, it's always how it is. Nice dodge.
Nope, too soon. Okay, I couldn't stand up.
Yeah, he does do the stun lock. This fight looks super. The only problem with Fire Giant is his health bar is so huge. Like is his mechanic difficult? No. It's more that like you have to whittle away his health, his humongous health bar, like during all of the fire and explosions and everything.
Well, the issue that I'm having with him is that he runs away and it takes 7 fucking years to get back to him.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people run torrent and then get off torrent and then run on torrent and get off torrent. And I'm like, that's so exhausting. And the other problem that I have is in order to do damage to him, you have to be like underneath like his body and underneath his legs. And how are you supposed to see what moves he's about to do from underneath him? You know, like you can only read his feet. You can't see what his hands are doing. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that.
Did you die?
Yep, I mistimed my dodge.
Oh no. stamina.
I feel like I can't get it the right way.
Okay. Managed to avoid that one.
Nice.
Rack, you little bitch.
The only other thing you have to be careful is to not get stuck between him and the like invisible wall of the arena.
Like right here.
Yeah.
Where I am.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Don't burn me. No. I don't want to be on fire. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, see that one? You can't see that one. That he's about to slam in front. Like, you can't see that one when you're underneath him. That one sucks.
Die! Yarg!
You're just about to get him phase 2 all by herself.
Where the fuck?
Fire.
No. Yeah, I know this is too late. Don't hurt me!
Oh, that was too early.
Bad.
Yeah, that was too early. Oh, damn.
Yep. That's what gets me every time.
Yep. And now you know why this fight took me a month IRL solo.
No. We got it. We got
it. But solo, it's twice as hard.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay. The fact that he did the double snow sweep thing is what fucked me, because I dodged the first one, and then he did it a second time, and I mistimed my dodge the second time.
Let's go, baby. We're gonna murder.
I still can't believe how close we got first attempt. That's insane.
Every time. It's the rules.
Yeah, it really is at this point. And he rolls away the second I get to him. I love that. You're such a team player, my guy.
God damn it. Stop it. Yo, that one didn't hurt me.
I do 1,500 damage per heavy swing to him with a charged sword. Like, this is insane. How little damage I do. That's just how big his health bar is. 1,000 damage per swing would be fine for anybody else. But his health bar is so huge.
God damn it.
Oh, I'm so lucky I lived while I was casting.
Thank you, Ferret. I healed. Oh,
Okay. Yep, phase 2. Now everything's on fire.
and everything is bad.
Okay, we're skipping this. We don't need to watch this again.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
he's right here. I stabbed him with the eyeball.
Good job.
Oh, I'm on fire. I am dead.
No, are you?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's fine. That's again. I just fucking hate this boss so much.
I hadn't yet learned his phase 2 attacks.
It's fine. My camera is bugging out. Doesn't know where to look. Oh my! I was hitless up until right then.
That was really good.
Hitless up until that exact point.
But we were doing so good. And then I fucked up.
No,
And
you
I
didn't
ruined
fuck up.
everything. I didn't run away. I should have run away. My problem is I gotta be all up in his business.
I know. I don't even know what got me that I don't even know how that second hit me. I don't know if I just mistimed my roll, or I don't know. I don't know how that second hit me.
We just need to do the exact same thing as last time, except
Better?
Yeah.
Except for better.
Except without me dying, so that I can help distract. Ooh, let's not accidentally run off
I used to know that. See, that's why. Why'd you do it twice, you fucking cheater? I used to know the timing to jump that, and for some reason I've lost it, and I've gotten hit every time.
Okay. I am dead.
Okay.
Grace, calm down.
Oh, sure.
Ding ding explosions. We got it, we got it, we got it.
You just like, oh, you have to time your attacks, because like if he slams when you're in the middle of an attack, I hate this guy so bad. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
He's a butt.
It's fine.
We got it. We got
it's
it.
fine.
We got it.
It's fine.
We got it. I'll just get higher pitched every time. I believe. Oh no, you left without me. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, let's fucking go.
Oh, I still can't believe first attempt. It was so good.
It was real good. This is the way. No. God damn it. Could you not?
Oh,
Okay.
fuck fucking dodged! Okay.
Come back here, you little shit. Bleed on you, you giant ass giant. Why must you be standing next to a cliff, sir?
Nice quick rock.
Oh no, fire, 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 fire. Ass giant. That would probably be worse. I don't want to fight an ass giant.
Nice.
Ugh. No. No, 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 no. Fire, fire, fire. God damn it. I see it coming, and then I am absolutely incapable of avoiding it. Could you not? Could you not roll away from me? It feels cowardly, sir. What, are you scared of me?
I'd be scared.
He's so scary. I'm the scariest person in the land. I have no stamina. Okay. Okay. You're just gonna keep setting me on fire. That's fine. That's totally fine.
There's phase 2, GG, let's go.
I'm scared.
Oh, let me skip. You ready?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Oh, I died again.
You died again. Oh no! Pink is dead
again!
No, Pink's too far. Okay, listen. With all this, why? This is unnecessary. Sir, I need you to regulate your emotions better. Just looking at his fucking thighs. I can't. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't explode on me. Sir. Okay.
That was a great
2 fireballs.
attempt. That was great, GG.
I did my best.
That was great.
He had 2 fireballs, and that was some bullshit. Bro, you get 1 fireball!
He did a little double fisties. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a bio break before our next attempt.
That sounds great. I need more water anyway.
Okay, bio break. Everyone go piss girl!
Go piss girl!
Go piss girl!
Okay, we're back. Oh, my stream deck is warm. Or maybe I'm just cold. Who knows? We could do this. We could fight the fire giant. I believe in us. I believe in our abilities. Abilities. Can I jump from one ankle to the other? Whee! Hell yeah. What about the other way? Whee! Hell yeah. I believe, I believe. I believe.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I didn't realize how bad I had to pee until I went down there.
Until all of a sudden.
Until I was like, whoo! That feels so much better.
I believe.
You believe?
I
believe in a thing called love.
Just living in a wonderful heart.
That probably all got caught out on my stream. Noise gate, love it.
Don't look at me. Do not perceive me. Oh, he's perceiving.
Yeah, he is
real
perceiving
good.
you. See, why? See,
Oh,
I would so
okay.
prefer the slam to the, like, the snow scoopy thing. Wait, why? Why are you rolling away already?
Get fucked.
Dodged. I hate this game so much. It's like, no, you didn't dodge, though. Again? Okay. Is it because I have a heavy weapon? Like, is that what's going on?
Maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm getting frustrado though because I am dodging a lot of these attacks and I'm just like too fucking slow.
Secret believer.
A believer? Oh look, see, you cost me my life by accusing me of being a believer. Did you finish your burrito? Almost. There's a little tiny bit of mess left over, but it's okay.
Burrito. Is it too wet?
No, I honestly, I'm good.
Hello?
It's very full. There's a big burrito. There's a big old wet burrito. Ooh woo.
Big ol'. Big burrito.
I'm sure I might Uchi next round. I don't know if that's any better. Oh, but I don't think he's immune to, what's the word? Cold. I don't think cold does anything for him. Okay, you ready?
Oh, let's go. No, I'm not, but
Well,
we're doing
I meant
it.
ready for skipping
Oh,
phase two.
yes.
Or
I
skipping
thought
the
you meant
cutscene.
like in general.
No.
Hello. Okay, 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 okay. Where you going? Why you rolling? Oh, you're doing those ones this time.
I'm trying to think, like, I was not a believer, but like, when I was young, I was like really, really, really in love with like Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys.
I mean,
That was probably the closest to being like a believer that I've ever been. Was being a boy bander.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he
fucking
like
rolled
dragged
up
you
to
under him.
Yeah,
That was
I got
fucked
fucked.
up.
That was fucking rude.
I saw he literally dragged you under him and just rolled right over. Oh my. That was fucked up.
That was the
Holy
dick move,
shit.
Fire Giant.
That was honestly disrespectful.
So rude. I've been disrespected so much in this game today.
That
But
was
first the
very
bird,
disrespectful.
and now this bitch.
Had the larger amount of meat the recipe called for.
Kabaj.
I need you to concentrate on that shit a little bit harder. Yeah, I wish he would not make anything fire. I wish he would not be a fire giant. I wish he was just giant. Actually, I wish he wasn't even giant. And I wish that he was just a man. Actually, I don't even wish that either.
No, because then we would have to deal with a man.
I don't wish that either. I wish he just wasn't. Okay, how's that?
Could you just not?
Can he just not?
Could you just not? Could you consider for a moment just not? No, don't do that. God fucking stop it. I'm waiting to put my mimic out until phase 2.
Yeah.
Because right now, like, it's not doing anything for us. And she just dies, like, immediately. Okay, I made a mistake.
Yeah, see, that one's hard to see from underneath. Because all he's doing is stepping. Yeah, I hate that one. He slams underneath him. Hard to see that one.
Get bleeded on, bitch!
Yeah, you can't roll anywhere. You're on the edge of the arena, doofus.
Yeah, dingus. Could you not explode at me, please?
Dude, get out of the fire.
Why is my bow out? Why the fuck is my bow out? Okay. What is happening with my camera right now?
No, the camera's rough in here. Oh, come on. Oh,
Okay,
come on, I
dead.
dodged.
I got...
This happens a lot too, where he's just like so far into the terrain you can't like go after him. All right, ready?
No, I'm dead.
What?
But yes. Yeah, no, I got fucked. I know, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's not your fault. It's this dummy's fault.
Could you get absolutely fucked? Yeah, no, the camera got all fucky and then I couldn't see things coming at me, so... Oh, sure, he rolls away from you.
Yeah, that was bullshit. I will openly admit that what he did to you was absolute bullshit. Okay, I don't want this. Oh, they go through trees. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. It's totally what I was thinking would be fair. Yeah, cool. Fair. Cool and fair.
You got this.
I don't, but I will try.
That's the spirit. Oh. Rock.
Can you move? I love that.
Nice dodge.
It's not moving when I'm attacking. It's very kind of disrespectful. Drinking a flask.
We're doing so good. We got this. We're consistently getting at least into second phase.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
The first
We're
phase
doing
is
good.
not the problem. The first
Yeah,
phase
it's
has never been the problem.
Well, it has been for me, but
Oh. The first phase is just about patience. The second phase is like, fuck, everything's on fire. I can't get close enough.
have no patience. So I do my best. Yeah, I'm gonna need him to not do the stupid,
DJ, I answered you. I said I didn't finish it, but I ate most of it and I'm good. I'm not hungry anymore.
Finished in the sense of no longer eating burrito.
Yeah. It was a good size. It was a good size, so do the health I did.
Large.
Peanut butter fudge. Ooh, yum.
You fuck. Stop it. I'm dead.
Oh no, okay.
I was healing from his scoop, and he smashed me while I was healing from
Yeah,
the
you
scoop.
can't. He's a big heal punisher, which kind of sucks.
He's a butt.
Yeah, he is. I'm this time. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Did you walk to the arena? I'm dead. That time, yes. Not every time. I've been doing pretty good. Kind of. I don't like that he has a face on his chest.
And a face on his face.
Yeah, it's upsetting, honestly. Music's good though.
I think I'm dodging into that one, I think is what's actually happening with that one, because I'm hitting the button.
That could be. I like, because he also doesn't close his chest mouth.
Yeah, he doesn't close his chest mouth, it's true.
He's a chest mouth breather.
Ew, what if he does breathe out of both of them?
Ew, disgusting.
Disgusting.
I hate it. Like the stupid explodey ball.
Yeah, see, this is what sucks. Is sometimes, like, you can't, like, get out of them.
Stupid fire. Why does the fire giant have so much fire?
He's an asshole.
Something like he's made of fire.
Because he's an asshole.
He's an asshole.
He's an asshole.
I can't heal. I'm dead. But thank you, Barrett.
I couldn't see the fire bolt coming at me because of the fireball.
Too much fire.
Okay.
Fire, 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 giant fire.
I remember this guy. He's nasty. He is McAwful. Welcome in. Yeah, he's like, a lot of people struggle with bosses like Melania and like Godfrey and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, Fire Giant. Fire Giant fucking sucks. It took me the longest out of anybody. I beat Melania in 2 hours worth of attempts, but Fire Giant took me a month worth of playing, like a couple hours a night.
We got this. I will be obnoxiously positive about it. We got it.
No, I do, like, I believe we can do it. I'm just saying, like, this boss is just, he's a worse one. Majority struggle out with Melania, yeah.
Going this way this time.
think your build also can have a lot to do with it.
Nope. Fucking. Alright. I'm just fucked no matter what. This guy. I'm here. I have no stamina.
Okay, I finally got a frost on it, which is nice. Let me take this.
Do the fireball.
Yes, the ball.
Fireball. Oh, and it's following me. Oh no. There's 2 fireballs. No. His little leg goes up when he does that slam. It's kind of cute. It's like, yeah. I gotta put my whole leg.
Fire.
No, not the fire, not the fire, not the fire. Nope, I rolled into the fire. Okay. Got him. Look at us go. We're both alive for the second phase.
I know. Okay. Okay. I don't even know what I'm targeting. His hand, his foot. What is my targeting? I don't know. Okay. Thanks, camera.
It
You're
has
doing
me
great.
target its hand. Too far. Hi, driver.
Shit.
Are you sure you didn't want to roll into me that time? Oh no 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 no! Run away! Run away! Run away! So killed me the one time. Go get him with the peeps. No, don't roll into me, you bitch!
Look at his eye. Look at his eye.
Yep, got him. Don't. We did it!
Oh my god.
We got it! I told you we could do it.
Oh.
Hell
You can tell
yeah,
I get like
baby.
real quiet because I'm like watching and like timing and like everything.
Yep.
Oof.
Yeah. We
Whew.
did it. Oh my goodness. Driver,
I'm
we
like-
just needed you. We just needed you to be here.
Shaky.
Love SpongeBob. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory. My did it. Oh my god. 180,000?
180, yeah.
Holy moly. If only I still had runes from before.
I think we should do for people who know, I think we should do Fair and Missoula before we do the Haligtree. But maybe... maybe not Malekith? I don't know. I don't know what's the best options here. But I think Fair and Missoula before the Haligtree. But not Ashen Lamedell.
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 I just yeah, everyone says I look like Gandalf. It's the hat. It's the Bigfoot, the hat. But the hat makes my ice damage, increased.
So frosty.
Yee.
Okay. We're going into this large jar?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't like this.
This is the only way, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Did you? No, you didn't. Oh. I thought you fell when you said, oh no.
Oh no. It was just
Oh,
that you
I
said it was
fucking
the only way.
night rained again. No, that was me night raining.
Well.
There we go.
Ferret, yes. Set a fucking tree on fire. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
That Pop's my bigger brother.
I have no context to tree fire setting.
Alright, so maybe you touch this, Grace, and sit down?
Okay.
So, yeah, you do it?
I touch
Yeah, and then you sit.
and I sit. Hello? Talk to Melina.
Uh-huh.
Hello? Like, you're just, like, running.
I couldn't, like, it wouldn't show up.
Uh-huh.
I have long observed the lands between. This world
No.
is in dire need of repair.
Oh, yeah.
And
Always prepared. I'm
Indiscriminate.
am I ready?
Are you prepared to commit?
Do I say I'm ready?
cardinal sin?
She asked you to commit a cardinal sin.
Yeah, why not?
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you.
I'm always ready
Just a
to
moment.
commit a cardinal sin. I'm a former Catholic.
Ooh, we're synchronized.
Oh, we're both. Oh, wow.
And neither of us are touching her. Neither of we are in a weird, like...
It looked like you were touching my butt. Oh no, did I die? Shame, Gigi. That's me. That's my full name. My full government name. Fire. Ma'am, you've got some scars on your hands. It's probably from holding fire. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Oh no, she's on fire!
O Erd tree, you shall burn.
Oh no. I made a mistake. But it's so pretty. This girl is on fire. Sorry.
This tree is
on fire. This tree is on fire. Oh no, but the tree is pretty.
Well, first the girl was on fire, and then the tree was on fire.
These things are on fire.
Thank
What happened to
you
your eyeball?
for guiding me here.
Are you gonna die? Anyways,
Yes.
don't worry. I'm sure this will have 0 consequences.
The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death.
Uh-oh. Destined death doesn't
So,
sound good.
Goodbye.
we just set the tree of life on fire.
It's fine.
This is fine. It's not the tree of life. It's like the tree that like represents like everything. Just everything. It's fine.
Listen, I mean, someone asks if I want to commit a cardinal sin. You say yes.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. She actually asks you to bring her to the Erd Tree so that she can do this.
How was I supposed to know?
Right.
Uh-oh. Is this the consequences of my actions?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's the consequences of your actions, as in, like, you wouldn't end up here if it wasn't for that, but no, we will see the consequences of your actions soon.
Okay. That's not ominous.
Okay, so do you remember a couple streams ago when I was like, oh, see all this rubble in, like, the world that seems like it doesn't fit anywhere? This is these ruins that are in the sky, and they're, like, beyond time. So rubble and shit from these ruins have like fallen into the world.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I fell down.
Yeah, I saw. Did she? Yes. Yep. Yes, she did. Oh, I'm laughing. I'm laughing. I just like a... I've been there. I've been there. Just wait till we get to the Haligtree. The Haligtree is like literally gravity's worst nightmare.
Here? There we go.
But it was just the fact that I turned around and just saw her boop, drop.
Oh my god.
Crumbling Ferrum Azula. Wait, did she die on her own? Thanks. Yeah. Okay, so these guys are kind of, I'm not gonna lie, kind of tough. Even though we're a little strong, they're very strong.
They're so speedy. Get wrecked. Oh, hello. Don't hurt my friend or me.
Also, I'm so glad that Turtle Pope forgave me of murder so that I could have this spell, because it's great. Turtle Pop.
Mm-hmm.
Bibbit can't stop. Won't you like that Turtle Pop? This might be. I kind of want to realize what we're doing is not a trick. We got to get the melody and bring it to the end. Doesn't matter. The car I drive or the ice around my neck, I died. All that matters.
Turns out Dirty Pop is not a good song for not dying.
I was trying too hard to think about the lyrics and it killed me.
He jumped at me! Oh, well, I killed one and I died at the same time.
It's that Turtle Pop. Baby
Pop.
can't stop. Don't you like that Turtle Pop?
Oh boy.
Crumbling, Farabazula.
Crumbling. I know, I'm crumbling.
Crumbling.
I'm crumbling. Cool boy.
Alright, let's see if I can make it down this time. We're good? That first jump was a doozy.
You just gotta line up and kind of just hop.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
I'm bad at that.
Grace.
Was this your cabbage, Wolfie?
Yeah, your cabbage burrito.
Cabbage Rito.
Cabbage Rito?
Cabbage Rito. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Smash.
How we should rest.
Okay.
So that yeah.
For
So that even though everyone's coming back, which is fine, at least we'll have a respawn place.
That's true, because I wouldn't have respawned there.
Yeah. True.
And we don't need me trying to jump down those 2 platforms.
Also
multiple
true.
times. It doesn't matter.
The car I drive or the ice around my neck.
All that matters. Oh no, I almost said a dinosaur.
It is kind of a dinosaur. It is an ancient dragon. So that's kind of dinosaur-esque.
Him's burning.
No, that's lightning.
The lightning's kind of like burning.
Burning the sky. Oh, I almost
And-
followed him off a cliff. That'd be silly.
Hello. Can I?
How come I can't target his pixies? Like any other dragon.
Sorry? I can target.
No, I can just target his head and his neck. I can't get his pixies.
Oh. Pixies. That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I heard.
No,
Oh!
The both of us with the gasp and the no at this. No.
Oops.
I thought he was gonna slam. I didn't think he was gonna do
Burned
fire.
again. We burned up from his breath, and now we're both dead. Oh baby, baby,
baby.
Oops, you think you'll survive?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay, no, we're good.
Oh my god. I was like, please don't tell me you just fell again. This is the strangest concert I've ever been to. Yeah, but you know, usually those free ones at like the community center aren't that great.
Wow, okay. I am providing entertainment.
Quality
for all.
entertainment.
Ow.
You. Oh.
Did you just die?
I did because I was
no,
summoning my
no,
mimic as it
oh,
swung on me.
I am dead.
That might be the best. Yeah, we are a System of a Down cover band.
Didn't you know? Back up! Back up! You wanted to. Oh boy.
And then it gets like soft and it's like it's like all like, whoa, he's chilling and waiting. Okay, cool.
Cry. Excuse me, I just gotta go get my wounds. Thank you very much. I died all the way over here.
Can you excuse me? Yeah, I need to get mine too.
Go get the
Yeah, fight my mimic. It's fine.
I'm gonna get my wounds.
Forgot about System of a Down's boy band phase. Well,
Everyone does.
they
It's
had a
not
boy band phase and a girl band phase and a
And
country
everything.
music phase
Go!
and it just had all the phases, honestly. They're smart though. They're like, you know, the best way to appeal to all audiences is to make all music. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Well, your head is stuck in the thing. What are you doing?
No, don't burn me. Don't
No,
burn me.
no.
No. Ow. Ow. I want. You're right. It is very odd that we can't target his PCs.
Right? All other dragons we can target their feet, but not him.
Okay, that was a one hit. That's fine. Gigi is dead. This Gigi is dead.
Okay. That's
I'm
cool.
coming back. I'm coming back.
That's cool.
Might be time to consider whining again. Oh, winning again. That makes more sense.
No, I wanted to whine about it, honestly.
I just want to win. Okay, rude. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, well, because I had been talking to one of my coworkers that things only start working for me if I whine about it.
Oh my word.
Hey, he's almost dead. We got him.
Yeah, but I'm dead. Well, I got the smithing stone. And maybe I'll get the runes when I get my runes.
Yeah, you should get them when you get yours. My many experiences. You're done with your book. You start the next book. You know what book you should start? You should start For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Well, who does the bell toll for?
Your butt.
Your mom.
How dare you bring my mother into this? She's a
How
lovely...
dare you?
How dare you?
Whee. Oh, dragon wound grease. Interesting. After that dragon wounded me very many. No, I didn't get. I mean, how many runes did you get for that? Because I died with 26k and came back with 26k.
I mean, I only got like 40, but
40.
not enough to level up.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's not a bad idea. No, you gotta read.
Are you gonna sit so you have a fast travel?
Oh yeah.
Fast
Grace
travel?
but Grace, did you read it? Did you read For Whom the Bell Tolls?
Okay, this way.
There's a man in here.
It's okay, we murder. Oh, and there's another man. There's Heidi's.
Okay. Listen, that's rude.
Yep.
How dare you? How dare you? Put your shield away. It's cheating. Okay, he's dead.
Whatever book calls to me. Yes, that's how you do it.
Ah, yes. I also watched the Clock app series first before I bought the book. What's this way? Wait, where'd you go?
I went this
What's
way.
down here?
I don't know.
Is
I'm
this
just
the way
looking
we
over
go?
here. On this roof. Oh, look, it goes up. Oh, what's this? Are there many men?
Oh no. Many is many. Many!
Many men, ew. I don't want my men to be many.
Got him.
Nice. Here's another.
Get pillaged, bitch.
Nice, okay. Well, let's see what this is. This purple thing.
Oh, there's a thing over there.
Oh, a gravelstone.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't think I've been up here ever.
Exploring. Exploring. Flying.
Well, there's a legendary up here, though.
A legendary?
So clearly I have been up here because I have the achievement for all legendaries. Unless it's a super dragon, the somber dragon stone, whatever. But I might not have this one. Stop jumping!
Bro. Ugh. That bitch. Ow, what? Oh, I am about to be dead. Okay. Got him. Great Grabe
Oh,
Glubwort.
yeah, see? There's a chance I haven't been up here then. Interesting. So then where does this go? Oh, there's a man down here. Hold on.
A van. A van?
Okay. Should
There's
we go
another
down here?
van.
I know there's a
Yeah.
bunch of manses.
I think we got everything from down here. Ah. Ah. I will probably also get the deluxe hardcover. I have the paperback and it was delightful. But I have no qualms about owning multiple copies of a book that I enjoy.
No, no, no. That's just crazy. Why would you have multiple things of the same thing that you love?
Ask all of the multiple things of the same thing that I
No,
currently
I'm
own.
kidding, because same.
There's a thing down here to loot.
There's a man, though. I see him over here.
No. Oh,
Oh, no.
I died.
You are deceased.
The paperback does have delightfully floppy pages, though, which is great. Oh, no.
Shit, that was too early. Oh, come on, Lightning. Chill with that.
Oh, no, this is just right here.
Yeah, we just went around.
It did. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, you fuck.
He's all over the place. I can't even target him. Okay. Ancient Dragon Prayer Book. Nice. Nice.
Oh, yeah. It would be helpful if I got my runes.
And yeah,
Where's the prayer-
Kindle. Honestly, I should find my iPad and just use it as a Kindle again. I haven't used my iPad in actual years, so I'm not even sure where it is at this point.
Do you mind if I rest here real quick?
I do not.
Just so I can spawn from here. Do I have a level up? No, I'm 4 short. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing.
4 or like 400 or 4,000?
4,000, but
Oh.
basically the same thing.
I was like 4? That's crazy.
That's crazy. I'll do one of these 5,000. That's fine. Love robooks, we love books, but the Kindle app you can turn on. Yeah. The font changing ability is quite nice with ebooks. Or stamina. Let's do that. Hello?
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 Okay. I think we can go this way.
Ooh. Somberstone Miner's Ball Bearing.
Yeah.
Yes, charge your e-reader so you can read your...
Rida.
This won't kill me? Okay, good. Buh. Hello.
It makes me crazy that I can't go in here, but I can see in here.
Hello. I've decided to fight these bony men. Oh god.
Don't
I
forget
almost
to
just
murder their
rolled
bones.
off the edge.
Okay.
Murder the bones! Murder their bones! Murder their bones!
Get murdered, idiot. get murdered, bone idiot.
Bone diet. Get scattered, bish.
Okay. Run and jump. Okay, Smithy stone. Run and jump. Okay.
Oh god. That's not the way to go. Hiya.
Oh. the
Ah! I was trying to run and it dodged backwards.
I just literally watched Gigi just go boop, off the fucking edge. Oh, I'm crying.
Oh no.
Oh god, it hurts. It hurts me. It actually hurts me.
So put up a fence for Gigi. Listen, it is warranted.
You know how like when like kids were growing up, they would have to put those like fences on the edge of their beds so they wouldn't roll out.
Gigi really needs these places to be OSHA compliant. Yeah. Okay, jump. Okay, and run. Oh my god.
Okay.
I need to, like, when you go bowling and they put the bumpers.
The bumpers? Lol.
I need the bumpers. Someone is shooting at us and I don't like it.
I know, they're so rude.
Oh no. Got fire. Fuck.
Murder his bones.
You're shooting at me. You up there, bitch.
Maybe I can get
There
him?
you are.
No, I can't.
He is far. Gravel stone. Gravy stone.
No, he's like just out of range of the night comet. Yeah, he's just out of range of night comet. That sucks.
It's okay.
No, it's not. I want to murder him.
Oh my god.
Did you fall again? Oh my god.
No, I didn't fall, but I did die.
Oh, because of a man. I see.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, that's rude.
A man! Not a man! Oh no. What the fuck is this? It fell at the same time as you.
Wow.
It's bones! Do that. Go around.
Traded lives with him though. Just gotta murder his bones before you get back.
I can't. I'm very
The chain
far.
together.
So slow.
Yeah, we could always go back to it. We never finished it.
I think they're suggesting that I need to be chained together.
Oh, do that with this one? Oh, lol. I didn't even catch that.
Okay. I murdered his bones.
So she won't. No, but then she'll pull me off when she falls.
Okay.
Well, that's how it works. Come on.
When I fall?
If she falls.
Thank you. Oh, there's a grace here. What's around this corner? Certain death. Okay. That's the game we played, and died a lot.
Yeah.
We are in this place now. We murdered the fire giant. Eventually.
Yeah, we did.
It took us several times, but we did it.
Indeed. Can I level yet? Am I close enough? Oh my god, I need 83. I'm at 78. Okay. Okay, game. Okay.
That's only 5,000. That's close. Oh, there's a thing there.
Yeah, we can get it here. I was like, wait, before I try to make that jump.
Get it? I could get it.
I was like, before we try to make that jump.
Watch me.
I'm
I'm not prone to falling or anything.
No.
No,
You've
I've
never fallen anywhere.
No, don't. Don't, sir. Sir.
Wait,
Please.
how did you find sirs?
No. I was just looking, and then a
Oh,
man
you went
came
down
up.
the hall.
I didn't mean to. I was just looking. Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye forever.
It was nice knowing you. How was your managing of democracy?
Alexa, stop. Okay, this is a mouse.
Oh.
Are you prepared?
No, but that's
Okay.
fine.
You should get prepared. Because this is the only time it's easy to get here. All the other times, just jump! Ah, he can't get us if we just jump!
Oh, well, okay.
Did he get you?
Oh. I mean, just a little.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, now I don't have my protection. That's fine. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hello,
But one
sir.
of each, because why not?
Sir. Owie! Oucha!
I got greedy there, honestly.
He just fucking smashed me.
Oh, he stopped rolling and then started rolling again. Okay.
I am dead.
Yes. Yes.
I have simply perished.
Yes.
So, music is good at least.
Oh, stop throwing while I'm casting. It's very rude.
Yeep. Oh, he's back!
Yeah, it's because it's the whole health bar. It's not killing each of them. And I didn't kill them fast enough.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Leave.
Damn.
Let's go. It's
Damn.
Okay, I won't try this time.
Probably should have just stayed with Ice Crag, honestly. It's fine. It's fine.
We got it. 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 This fight drove you crazy?
Yeah, it's not really the most fun. It's not really the most fun.
We got it though.
Right. But now, unfortunately, we're gonna have to kill all these dudes again, which sucks. To kill this guy. Okay. And then we're gonna have to kill the other guy at the bottom of the stairs because we can't go through anymore. And then we should do the little cheat and we should fast travel back to get all this stuff. Alright, I think there's one more guy at the bottom of the stairs. No, okay, there's not. So I'm gonna fast travel back just so I have all my stuff.
Okay. Good night, Andy.
Mini friends. I'm so little.
So small.
So little, so mini. Good night, Andy. Night night.
Good narp. I'll use a sword and shield, no magic or mimics. Autocorrect be tripping.
Sometimes it's rude.
Did you go in already?
No.
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Wait, is that letting you enter there?
Yeah.
No, it usually doesn't let me enter there. That's weird.
Well, maybe not. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't let you enter there.
I just assumed.
Yeah, no, it's a fog wall.
We'll have to fast travel again.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I think there's one more. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, there we go. Fast travel one more time. Okay. Nice.
Making sure you're fully loaded before I do it, just in case he's.
Yep, I'm her. I'm her. I'm her.
Hurrah. Hurrah. Hurrah.
Hurrah. Hurrah.
Hurrah.
It sucks that I didn't even have my physic by the time I got in there because that guy came and hit me in the back.
That little bitch.
I know. Oh, I'm in.
Where?
The bottom of the stairs.
There's a man there.
No, there's not. We're at the wrong stairs.
Well,
how were you not behind me?
Because you ran off before I was there. Okay.
It's okay, I died anyway. Good night, DJ. You have to go in and die. Or fight them, whatever one.
I'll just simply perish. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I didn't get my runes though. Oh well. I forgot.
Oh, it showed you had 90k.
Yeah, from murdering all of the other people.
Oh.
But that's okay. I had leveled up already.
Okay.
So I only had. There's a clip of you beating it. Hell yeah.
Okay. That guy is deceased. Okay, that guy is deceased. Now.
Get wrecked.
This is the stairway. So, wait, I'm gonna fast travel back.
Okay.
To get my magic bike. Okay.
I think I'm fine. I don't think I need to fast travel.
You probably only used just a little tiny bit of yours. I used almost my full bar.
I didn't get hurt. Was the main reason.
Oh wait, there's a summons. I didn't even see. It's fine. We don't need it. We're strong.
We don't need it.
We're
so
strong. Oh, that's the wrong button. Love that for me. Right off the get. I don't even know who it is. I'm curious to see who it is though.
I want to.
With the Godskin fucking Stitcher, bro. Chill out, honestly.
Ow, 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 with your fucking hook, bitch.
God, I hate this dude's weapon. Don't.
This guy kills me so fast.
The arena in here sucks.
It's not great. It's not great.
It's not great.
Seen better.
Yeah, these guys didn't take me as long as Fire Giant did. Right, I'm just gonna go start to kill these guys over here so we can make our way down.
That's still loading.
Yeah, I know. Did you just iframe through my magic? I think you did. Okay, get the guy on the side. And then phase travel. He's back here.
There he is. He was hiding.
Okay.
Of course it was. I'm sure it was great to finally defeat your nemesis.
Defeat the feat. Alright, I just want to see who the summon is. Who are you? Recusant Bartnal. Interesting. I didn't even know he was an option.
An option?
Oh, I didn't even know he was an option. Oh my god, how did that hit me? Stop. Your weapon does so much damage.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh. Don't you fucking roll on me, you bitch.
No, oh, I was drinking.
Got him?
I'm dead.
Oh no. Well, that's not good for me. Oh shit, I need my runes before this man kills me. Go. Ain't done jack shit to this man.
The other one's back. Careful.
Yeah. Don't. Don't. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please don't hurt me. I'm a baby. Ah. Okay. 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 Excuse me, sir. to run away.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, they
Why
like
he
to fucking lob
stabbed
fireballs
me?
for no reason.
It's fucking rude.
I don't appreciate it.
Oh, ow.
I don't know what's a better, like, strategy. Each of us taking one, or like focusing one and then focusing the other.
I don't know. We could try each of us taking one. I feel like that time we definitely both tried, like, both of us getting the same man.
Oh, you do fire too? Cool.
Good to know, good to know, good to know. We have learned.
Oh yeah, and that's the first time we're seeing that. I'm first time aware of that. Thank you.
So great. Thank you for showing us new abilities.
Oh. Well, good thing I'm fast traveling back anyway.
To also fast travel once you're back. Because I lost some health. Why am I healing? Oh yeah, because I have a thing that heals slowly.
I am back.
A talisman, that's what it is.
A talisman.
A talisman?
What is it? The swaddling cloth or something, I believe.
No, some
or
shit like that.
blurve.
It'll give me HP. Okay. Should we try different dudes this time?
I'm gonna summon this idiot, even though I'm sure he won't do anything.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, do you want skinny or fat? I don't care.
I'll take big man.
Okay, I'll take skinny man then. Hello, skinny man. Okay, I'm not fighting you, fat man. Chill.
Okay. Okay. I am immediately dead.
Okay.
So sorry.
It's okay.
I was trying to heal and was not successful.
So in this case, I'm summoning a mimic because it's not lame. Stop! I'm fucking healing, you asshole! Stop!
He's a meanie. I don't like his weapon. He's very stabby.
Yeah, my mimic's already dead.
Hello, Soup!
Love that.
Welcome in! This bitch has done, like, nothing to him.
Otherwise, just kept his aggro, which is fine by me. Don't do that, please, please, please. Damn. I knew it.
Get him before the other guy comes back?
Nope. It's fine, though. Okay.
Doing great. The other man has returned. You're doing great. I was a really big help in this fight.
Fine. Nice.
Look at us go as a team.
Oh, he's still alive?
Why is he still alive? I forgot to pick up my runes. Oh well.
Well, you're hopefully gonna get runes for these dudes.
I just died like immediately, so.
Whew.
Oh well. I'm a big help.
You are? What do you mean?
You didn't need me at all.
Oh my god, stop. I just happened to get lucky because I know their movesets is all.
Yeah.
Did you get wounds?
I did not.
No? I don't
Right.
understand why sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. Like that it really doesn't make sense. Like there's no rhyme or reason to how it gives or doesn't give them to you.
Was there an achievement for that? Because I didn't get one either.
Really? There is an achievement for that. How did you not get anything for you got
I just got the same runes that I had when I died.
what the fuck? Well, I don't know how to reset it so we can do it again. You had the health bar, right?
Yeah. Sure did.
What the fuck? Well, now I feel bad. Otherwise, I would have just died.
Okay. It's okay.
Like I said, I just don't understand the rhyme or reason between like what. Sometimes it gives you the runes for killing bosses, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's okay. The game knows I didn't deserve it. So
No, that's not what it is at all. Okay, this is a dead end. This is a dead end. Bed before 3 a.m.? Nah. You don't need sleep.
Nah, sleep is for the weak.
And you're not weak.
Nope.
Okay, so that's where we need to end up. Is on
There.
that road, yeah. There's a man here.
Man.
Throw things at me, that's rude. I throw things at you. Oh, look at Bernal still rocking with us. Amazing. Thank you. You're not supposed to be here anymore, but he's putting in work. Yeah, just keep traveling with us, buddy. Yeah, this is broken. The fact
Yeah,
he's still
not with
here,
me.
like, this is so obviously broken.
Yeah, I don't have him. I have his health bar, but I don't actually see him.
You don't see him? That's funny. Okay. Oh, this is a circle. I guess this doesn't really matter. Sorry. Thought it was gonna go somewhere cool. It's a circle.
I almost jumped too far.
No. Oh, God.
I did it though. I
don't
didn't
start.
die.
Oh, yeah. In this
Golden
window.
rule. Oh no. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's throwing things. Sir, I don't like that.
If you could please not do that, that would be fantastic.
Oh, he fell. Oh, Bernal!
Goodbye.
Goodbye!
I will have fun. Thanks, Grace.
Oh
Have
my
fun.
God. I can't believe that idiot just jumped in after him. What a doofus. What a doofus.
Does this go someplace? Nope. It goes to death.
Death.
Good night.
Nice. Nice, nice.
Nice, nice, nice,
Nice, nice, nice.
Nice, 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 nice.
Smithing stone 7.
7.
A 7 smithing stone.
Oh, he's CP. Too bad we kill him.
Oh no! He heard us plotting his friend's death. He's like, bitch, that's not nice. Both of us.
Wow. Wow. Rude.
Appeared out of fucking nowhere.
All that for lightning grease.
Delicious lightning grease.
Okay, so there's this here. Where does this go? Over
Garnar.
there. Okay, but where does this go?
It's over here.
Where's this?
Is this where he came from?
I think it is where we came from. No, because this man's alive. Just fall. Fall to your death. Just fall. Yay! Oh, you didn't die because it wasn't far enough. Dang.
Ah!
Oh, there are many men. Oh no.
Many men.
Where are you?
The stairs? Hold on, I'll come back. Once I kill these guys, I'll come back. Hold on. I just went up. There's like a set, like a round set of stairs.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I was trying to figure out like what this is for. Where does this go? This can clearly go up, but for what reason?
I really want to jump to this. I
Do
feel
it.
like that's a bad idea.
Oh, I died though because that guy jumped out of nowhere.
Agnes, no!
Yeah, the big guy jumped out of the window and got me. The fear and tension in Gigi's. I know she's so nervous. Gravity is Gigi's like biggest fear.
It's my worst enemy.
Worst enemy.
A true nemesis. Ow, ow. Ah!
The final boss of Elden Ring is gravity.
Just a platform that I have to jump to. No. Ow. I am also dead now.
Oh no.
I had him, but he swings so many times.
He does do a heckin' swang.
He needs to fucking chill.
He do a heckin' swang, that is for sure.
Oh fuck. Where am I?
Nowhere. Okay.
How do I get out of here?
Not that way.
When you go back, so you go up the stairs. Up the dark stairs. And then you go straight across to the other door.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so this is a circle, right? Yep, okay, this is a dead end, okay. So this goes this way.
Not there.
And we go up the stairs to get back to where we were. And that goes across that way, okay.
Where are my rooms?
They're further. We were further.
Yeah. Did we already defeat the duo? Pink did.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're good. You're good. I died.
Yeah, she didn't get the runes, so I feel really bad about it.
It's okay.
I know, but I don't know why you didn't get them.
I don't know. I blame the mod.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Is very unfortunate, but it's okay. Worse things have happened. Like
True.
me losing runes by being a dummy.
Worse things have happened, like you just jumping into the ocean. Yep, that's also true.
Uh-huh.
But I killed the guy that has killed us, so you should be good now.
Vengeance was swift!
Vengeance has been served hot and or cold, whichever one seems more insulting.
Stuck on them for 2 hours. We're practically breezing through this. We're doing good.
To be fair, I have a lot of time in this game.
Pink has played this a lot. Ugh. I did it. I didn't fall.
You did it. Okay.
Do you need to heal just in case?
No.
Just a
I'm
suggestion.
so strong.
Just a suggestion. Things tend to like appear out of nowhere in this place.
Ooh. Hello. I have stone sword keys.
Oh, an elevator. Bicycle elevator.
Ooh. Wait, really? Ooh. Is this a shortcut? Wait a second. Hold up. No, it's not. Okay. For some reason, when we pulled up here, I thought this was the thing next to the stairs next to Malekith, and that's why I was like, wait. But I was mistaken. I thought I discovered some sweet-ass shortcut I'd never seen before.
Sweet ass shortcut. No, I need to get his bones.
Murder his bones, murder his bones. No.
I'm trying to murder his bones. Instead, I just got murdered.
I also got murdered, but it's fine.
Living it up, I'm going down.
That seems like such a weird song to make. Did you really, did you bone in an elevator and you just want everyone to know about it?
I think that's the general idea, yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe not fully boned. But
I mean, I think it's implied.
the second line is living it up while we're going down, so let's go.
Maybe he just loves being in an elevator.
That's true. I just love elevators.
Oh, I scratched my head and that literally cost me my life because I couldn't dodge. But my head was itchy.
Agnes, no.
And my head was itchy.
Agnes, no.
On so many levels, get it? But get it? Because levels in an elevator, get it? Get it? Get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Levels, an elevator, because there's floors, because there's an elevator.
No, don't. I don't want you to hurt me, please.
Why is this one guy so tanky? You're made of bones.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna murder your stupid bones.
I don't.
I saw.
I got stuck behind a tree.
A tree.
A tree. Oh no.
What?
Uh-huh. Stop hurting me. I'm trying to murder you. Okay, he's dead. Wait, let me get his bones! Let me get his bones! No, I need to kill his bugs! Okay. Stop fighting me while I'm trying to murder bones! God, it's so hard to murder their bones! Yes, the game is making me violent.
Yes.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
the game.
No other reason. How dare you even imply? Considering putting the trigger on one of these more expensive TVs, stumble across one for like $5. Yeah, and you can't return shit that like you get from. Yeah, that sucks. You can't be like, hey Joe Schmo that I just bought this TV off of. I found one for cheaper from another guy, and I don't want this one anymore. Can I have my $20 back?
Give me my dollars. Yes, yes, the game's fault. The game's fault. I've never threatened murder before. Outside of this game.
Too close to the edge.
It's okay, it's not that far down. If you do fall down.
Stop looking at your staff, dummy, please. Oh, okay, that's fine too. That's fine too, I suppose. Oh yeah, Yep. Oh yep. I'm not sure that counts. Listen.
You don't know me.
Yeah, exactly. For every day that men exist.
Men!
Saying.
Okay, you. Oh, there's so many more men! Oh my god, What?
Does that count murdering bones? I don't know.
Murder bones!
Men is putting it lightly.
They are men adjacent. Men like.
A tree. A seed.
A tree. Ooh, a seeb. I have a neeb.
I have a need for seed.
Or seeb.
Is man guarding the seed?
I did not see the man. I was very focused.
You were
on
just dead focused on
I
seed.
was like, let's go get it. No, 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 no.
No, sir. I said no. Murder your bones. Okay.
Murder the bones, murder the bones, murder the bones.
Every day is murder day.
Every day is murder day. Oh, goodbye.
They're
Oh
going
my
out
god.
the trees.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's raining men!
It's raining men. Ah!
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm like sitting so funny. My back hurts. Okay.
Get a rune.
Okay.
Tis but a scratch. Okay. I will heal.
Tis but a scratch.
Tis but a scratch.
I don't need healing. I need feeling.
Whoa, shit, that's a jump. Okay.
Did you stay mad at you for long? Buns like to plot murder. She's still very upset with me. I went out later and I was like, cause I call her. What do I do? What?
I fell down.
GG, help.
I can't. I fell down. I'm sorry. Listen, I tried to jump. That's where I thought I was supposed to go. I was following what Pink did. You go here. Okay, I did it that
Go
time.
the other way. Oh, I think I can walk around his back. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You'll find out.
Oh no, there's a dragon. Oh god, there was a jump there. Okay, we're good.
He's snoozing. But if I just gently stab him in the face? Just slowly.
So we have to go there, but the little wing of his wing is in the way. Are you going underneath him? Oh my gosh.
There's a thing to loot. Good. We did it.
That was crazy.
You're crazy.
That was crazy. Crazy.
I was like, I'm sneaky. I could sneak under that wing.
I didn't even try, honestly. I was like, that looks dangerous. I almost missed that jump, but I didn't.
Oh no.
Because I'm gaming. No, it's I fucked up the jump, not like anything else.
Okay.
It was me.
Thank you for the clip, Ferret.
Oh.
Just document my shame.
No.
There's somebody behind you now too.
No.
Don't you sneak up on ow. Fuck you,
Billies.
Get bleeded on, bitch.
Come on. Woo.
Get wrecked. Cause
That was
whoa!
crazy.
Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook.
Now where does this go? Like, where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? Know that all of the children are growing
Oh,
up.
there's a thing here.
Tis but a
Okay.
steak.
Well, shit.
Wait, there's things that we can jump down below. There's a platform down here that's got stuff on it.
Yeah, good call, good call, good call, good eye.
Good eye, good eye.
Good eye, good eye, good eye. Oh, this one might be too far. Okay.
Did you simply
It wasn't even that it was too far, it was that somehow she managed to clip the edge and slide between the two pieces.
I'm familiar.
Yep.
Oh wait, this is all the way back, isn't it?
Yep.
I remember being here. Don't you shoot shit at me!
There's a man shooting at me.
Oh, how dare.
Ow! Fuck you! Oh. Back off. Ow, ow, ow,
Go.
ow.
Oh,
Ah!
or don't jump, or don't jump and go all the way down. That's fine too. That's actually what I was thinking, is to not jump and then fall even further down is my plan. That was my plan.
You did such a good job.
Thanks.
Oh, is that a thing I can go? Can I jump down here? Is that a place I can be? Ow! I can't fast travel because things are fighting me. And I'm just running away. So I'm scared. Okay. Where are we trying to go?
In the center of everything is like a giant coliseum. There's a giant like stairs leading up. There's another sleeping fucking dragon right in front of my salad.
I don't even know where you are.
Ah! He woke up. He woke up.
I don't know where you are.
He woke
I
up.
can't get to you.
He woke up.
Oh, no. 'Cause I can't fast travel or nothing. Oh no.
It's okay.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I could rest, but that feels like a bad idea.
No, don't rest. I ran away.
Oh no, I'm about to be dead. I'm about to be dead. I am dead. Fuck.
That sucks.
If I can... I mean, it's right next to a grace, so I can just fast travel to the grace. I could just fast travel straight to the fucking grace.
Straight to the fucking grace.
I have so many runes now. I've got 105,000.
Holy, you could probably level.
I could, but I would have to rest at a grace.
Oh yeah, so just keep holding on to that and don't die.
Okay, I'm hitting the fucking door frame. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I died. But I'm still right next to the same grace that I was at before.
Oh, well that's good at least.
I think my head is hurting and it's making me make bad choices.
Okay, we can call it as soon as we get to the next grace progression, which might even be right here.
No, don't. Why do you swing so many times?
Oh my god. I thought that guy killed you, not that you rolled off.
I don't know what you're talking about. It was totally that guy.
Yeah, that guy totally killed you.
That guy killed me. You saw it. We all saw it.
Yep. Yep. It was murder. Actual murder.
Okay. Stop it! Oh my god, I hate this man. I'm dead! Stop attacking me!
Best viewers on streamboo.com. Get out of
Oh
here,
my
you
God.
dummy dumb.
Well, that's not what I meant to do, but that's okay. Oh my god, I almost just rolled off again! Okay, he's dead now. Fuck you, bitch! A thin line between love and hate. No, just hate! Just the rage. The rage of a woman scorned. Whee!
All right.
Did you get to a place yet?
I haven't gotten further, but I think that this is on the right track.
Where are you?
Hold on, give me a second to fight this dude. Crumbling Beast Grave Depths. And then I went in the door and straight ahead.
Okay.
And now I am waiting. Wait. Oh. No, I went to Tempest facing balcony. Apparently I thought that was the other thing.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It's because they're right next to each other and I walked away.
Oh no, you found me. You found me. He found me through the wall. He saw me through the wall. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, you're over there. Hold on. Let me see if I can run to you.
It's okay. It's okay. I can do it. So, ow.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm right here. I'm coming.
Fucked. Okay, I got him. I killed him. I got him.
Hello.
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 We've been separated for so long.
I know. I hate it in here, honestly.
Drink of water.
Don't tell me what to do.
Everyone.
Okay, where
Where are you?
does this go?
Seek
I am-
fluid intake immediately.
I found you. Elevator?
Elevator.
Goodness.
Okay. Now we are here. Why?
Oh, I don't like that.
Okay.
Not in the slightest. I don't like it.
Oh, I don't like it.
No, I don't like it.
Oh, you tell
Cold.
Pixelbot to tell me what to do? Well, that's fair, because I listen to Pixelbot. He's behind the tree.
Focusing on? Why are you focusing on
Can
something
you stop
behind me?
throwing up? He's in the tree.
It's not. They keep trying to focus on something. Oh. Please don't keep on me. Chug, 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 glub, glub, glub. I really need to remember that my blood attack moves me forward.
Yeah. I used to have an attack that did that too. I would step forward off of things all the time. Shot, 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 shot of water. Everybody!
I know that, but... Okay. But I wasn't looking that way, that was the thing. I was looking at what I wanted to be looking at.
Yeah, sometimes it's stupid. And it's like, is this where you want to go? And you're like, no. I would like to look at the enemy that's trying to kill me directly in front of my face. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Disgusting. Let me just get this elevator back.
Dog. Dog. Dead dog. Dead dog. Dead dog.
Give me a button, thank you.
Where does this go?
Oh, boy.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Ooh, there's little hoppies over there. That's kind of cool, I guess.
Hoppy?
Yeah, there's like a little place to hoppy down.
I don't know where you are, because I had died.
Yeah, I'll come back in a moment. I found a ladder and I wanted to see where it went.
A ladder.
Yeah.
Was it ladder?
It is a
That's
smithing
probably
stone 8.
That seems useful.
It does seem useful if you were to need it. Okay, where? Oh, you're like approaching back to over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you went up the ladder. Yeah.
Yeah.
You found it.
Found it.
And then you just do hoppies, or you can go back down the ladder. Either one. Either
Hoppies.
one.
What
Oops, that
hoppies?
was the wrong flask. That's fine.
There's hoppies?
Yeah, there's little
Oh,
platformies.
I see the hoppies. Oh, those. Okay. I don't trust me. Okay. This might. Oh, that's a large version of the same. I
Yeah,
don't like
oh, I don't want it.
I don't like him. He's about to puke. I'm gonna get him
That's
with a brush.
gross. Don't do that. That's icky.
Oh, what? Don't step on me. No step on
No step on
snake.
snack. He is deceased.
Got him.
He is
Yeah.
deceased. What did he drop? Gold tinged excrement. Thank you for your poop.
You dropped poop? Where's his poop?
That's what I got. Gold tinged excrement.
I wasn't paying attention. It might have come to me, but I was not paying attention. Glovewort Picker's Bell Bearing 3.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody, 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 everybody.
I see another man.
Oh, Zoe.
Oh,
Not
Zoe.
a bad.
And he's guarding a purple. Nice.
Get
What
fucked.
is this? Gravel stone. Cool.
Gravy stone.
Gravy stone.
Gravy.
Does this whole side area really not lead anywhere? Like, it really doesn't connect anywhere? No. That's crazy.
You're crazy. That's crazy. Gotta make sure we get that gravel stone.
I guess so. Honestly, Fair Missoula is probably where I spend the least amount of time in the game. Oh my god, I thought that was a fall because the reflection of the water.
Oh, you thought you pulled a GG?
Yeah. Well, oh no, I just thought I fell. Simple.
Okay. At least give me this.
Wait, do you have to fast travel to get out of here?
There's a ramp up.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rampy uppy. Wait, what is this?
A rampy uppy.
Is this a thing? No, it's a cave.
I don't think there's
Is it
any
okay?
merchants in Far Missoula. Gold tinged excrement. Nice. Thank you for your poop again.
So many poop.
So many poops. Is it here? I can't see. It
Should
is.
be
Okay.
here. Yeah.
It's just dark. I couldn't see. I got scared.
Just walk in. We'll find out one way or another.
Yeah, yep. That's how it works. Okay. Oh, here's a purple thing over here behind these pots. You thought you could hide from me, Heroes Rune 2.
Hide. You cannot hide.
Heroes Rune 2. Right, so where the fuck?
Where the fuck?
So where the fuck? Okay, so here's this grace. I feel like I do this every time. I feel like every single time I do the same thing. Do we go with the beast grave and then around? Or do we go... I think we go this way. I think we go to Dragon Temple Lift and around. I do this every single time in Fair Missoula, and then as soon as I find the right one, I'm like, oh yeah, duh. Okay, so here...
Wait for me.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Oh, see, it needs to go this way. Oh, it needs to go this way. Is there a way to go through? No, there's a lift. Wait, where does that lift go? We came from that lift.
We came from that lift. That lift goes down. Hi, Sylvie.
Okay, so... This is going backwards. So we need to go...
Oh, no.
Wait, do we need to go down? Wait, down like where we just were down?
Yeah. I don't know if it's just where we just were, but it's definitely how we got to here was from this lift.
Because it looks like... Oh, well, now we're aggroed. Okay. Because it looks... Oh, yeah, because this was a stone sword key. That's right. This whole thing was extra because it was a stone sword key. Okay.
That's right. Ah! 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 Did you just fall down from the sky?
Apparently.
Don't. He came down swinging.
Apparently. Okay, now I think we're back on track. Okay, see, that's what I was talking about. That giant coliseum is where we need to end up.
Okay.
So... But there's a grace right at the... you can see it. Well, you can't see the grace, but right at the bottom of that stairwell, that's where the grace is that we need to find.
Okay.
Okay, we can't make that. Excuse me, sir. Do you know how to get over there?
I would like some directions.
Do you have directions, sir?
Good night, Key.
Good night, Key. Have a good sleepies. Oh, here maybe? Wait, is that too far? No, it's not too far. Okay.
Oh my god.
It's not too far.
Oh my god.
Dragon Quest shield, a talisman. Yeah, there's a shield on our talisman on the other one. To the other side. A talisman. Just do a baby jump and you won't fall. Yeah, because you'll hit your head on the ceiling.
Okay. I have to keep jumping places. And I have so many runes.
I know, I do too. We should be getting to a grace hopefully soon. Bro, stop!
Just stand still! Oh, hello.
Holy.
Get fucked.
Like, stop it! Why are you so dodgy? Alright, so there's nothing there. It's a guy over here. That's a dog, I think. Okay.
So slippy.
So slippy. Okay, this way.
Ha 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 ha! Abugabba!
Abugabba!
Abugabba! What's up here?
A dog. And meat.
It's important that you let them know you're displeased by shouting unintelligible sounds.
Oh, that's... Okay, so that jump goes to where we just were.
Don't want that.
Yep, we don't want to go that way. Goes where we just were. Okay, so we can go back down these stairs, I think. Yep. Okay, we're almost there, GG.
It's okay. Sorry,
I hear you. It's okay. I know. I'm getting kind of sleepy too.
My head is fighting back.
Okay, so there's a man here.
Man. Stop moving. Ow.
I was already one. I know it happens so quickly. We're hopefully gonna be wrapping up soon. Just trying to find the next grace. Nice. Nice. Okay.
Got him.
Got him. Okay, now. Let's see if I can remember where to go from here. Here to over here.
Yeah. It might be this way. There's a roof.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly it. Yep. Okay.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Perfect.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay. Nice. And we should have levels too.
So many. I think I can do 2 levels at this point.
2? That'd be crazy. I can't do 2.
Crazy. Birds!
Oh, why did you keep going?
Is that not where I was supposed to go?
No, the grace is here.
I couldn't see it!
Oh no.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh no.
Oh, I see you now. I didn't see you. I was just going.
I don't think you can get back up. I think you have to fast travel.
Like a dingus.
But it's okay, because this is a perfect place. Because this is
What a dingus.
this is the last, like, this is the run through. This is the bird area, and there's another dragon, and yeah. This is a good place to end.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a bunch coming.
Yeah. All right. So go to round table.
Hang on.
The roundest of tables.
I guess I could level up at the round table. I
You
don't have to
can.
do
Oh, okay, bye. I sorry, Mark. Yeah. We've been going for what? 6 hour.
it.
6
Yeah.
hour.
And my head is imploding, so.
Yeah. It's okay. I probably won't raid because I feel like the last couple weeks we've even tried to find somebody. There hasn't been anybody on. Well, I'll take a peek. A lot of people are playing Night Rain, so. From your sister's birthday? Ooh.
Birthday. Happy birthday, sister. Okay, I did have 2 levels.
You did have 2? That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Trem is on.
Oh yeah, we could go see Trem.
We can raid
How long
Trem.
have you been- how
Who
long
was
have
the
you been going?
drunkest knight at Arthur's round table? Who? Who is it?
Hoomst.
Sir Rose. Oh my god.
Roses. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. So I won't be able to watch
That's
that much longer.
I understand.
Oh my gosh, that means you've made it so close to the end of the game. You just gotta do the last final stretch.
The last little bit.
Thank you, good night. Thank you, good night. Good night, guys. Go hang out. Let's go hang out with Tram.
Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Trem.
Yeah.
Let me get this
Tell me when you hit enter on yours, because mine goes immediately.
done anything yet.
I know, so I said just let me know, because mine's controlled by my bot. Thanks for helping me avoid adults. No problem, of course.
Oh my god. I'm just trying to.
Ooh, okay. So you're so close. You're so close. We're almost there too. Good job though.
I'm just trying to quit the game. Okay.
You can never leave.
I'm having the hardest time.
You can never leave.
Could check out anytime you like, but you can never
Such good
leave.
gamers. Yeah, and then until I go back to playing Night Rain and I'm garbage again.
The most goodest gamers.
My best character so far has been the Archer, and I refuse to have that be the case.
Okay, I am ready to go raid Trem.
All right, 3, 2, 1, Enter. Okay, guys.
Let's go.
Copy paste. See you guys later.
Here's
See you
mine
guys
too.
later.
Mine too.
Bye. Buyer. Buyer.
Bye, 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 bye,
All right,
bye.
I'm gonna hit raid. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.